Alright, the mics are live, turning on the camera, there we go. I'm going to try to tilt that a little bit more to the right so we can see that score. Otherwise, everything looks good. Chat window's right there. Excellent. I see you already have some fans in there. And with that, you should be good to go. Yeah, there we go. I did good.
That's perfect. We have a pretty nice set here. Richie Schmidt, Greg Boyle, Ryan Santuccio Weaver, Hallie Brown, Chris Biederman. On the right, it looks like we have Mark Behrens, Jason Sauter, Mike Mans, Greg Burdick, when you bowl poorly, you get to commentate. Try to keep the scores to you as much as possible. If there's a little overhang that covers part of the scoreboard, but I will do my best to keep you updated on everyone's scores. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to keep some of the scores on here because they're hard to see.
That'll work.
I have Jay Davis here, not J.D. Davis, but the other Jay Davis is going to give us some help here.
You know, the bad one, the one that doesn't hit the headband.
I'll tell you what, this house has come a long way. You know what they did with the decks, and that's increased scoring here. I mean, big time. You don't see the offset pins anymore. When Chris and Steve and those guys and Chris Jacobs, Chris Roth, when they took over this place, they had a lot of work to do. And to their credit, they put the money into the place, both behind the lanes and on the lanes.
Yeah, it looked like it was scoring really well for some people yesterday. The strikes were definitely falling.
Oh, for sure.
Especially if your name was Matt Kruger.
Matt Kruger and Greg Boyle, who we're going to see on this pair here, had a really nice run yesterday. I heard he had a 5-bagger.
Yeah, 201, I believe.
201. Yeah. Of course, that guy has about 80 free entries, so playing with house money.
That's right. When you're lucky, you're lucky. What can you say?
That's right. Yeah, I know you guys normally would hear Nick Lloyd, but he screwed up the alternate yesterday, and so Nick's got a bowl. today. I think Nick and I combined have about 20 alternates. And if it's not one of us, then it's Wayne Matheson.
It's a different sight for Nick Lloyd today. Looks like he's down there with Matt Kruger on the first set of lanes. I don't know if he bowls against him or anything.
How many viewers do we have? It normally says it on there. Oh, there we go, 17. So that'll increase.
Yeah, it was 53. It looks like total views, but only 17.
Yeah, I'm not good on the technology part of it, the way David and especially David, but David and Nick are.
Yeah,
Nick told me last night. He said just talk. I said okay. I'm pretty good at doing that, and I'm not so good at the technology part.
Yeah, well, I think we can handle the talking part. Some high average bowlers down this end too, though. So Walt Brooks down here, Mike Vance, David Hughes. He was on fire yesterday. He
had a nice day yesterday.
Yeah. Nothing too high either in the games. They
Just
were all
consistent.
I think his low was like mid-30s somewhere yesterday. Real good.
Well, that's an easier path to making to qualifying and making a cut is consistency. When you have to, really rally at the end for huge games, that's a tough way to get in because your margin for error is so small.
Oh yeah.
And equally, when you do a lot at the beginning, you almost feel that pressure to kind of keep it going, and you don't want to piss it away, so to speak.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot easier if you have a big start.
If you can stay in that between 140 and 160 range and be consistent with it.
Oh yeah.
You'll take a big one on the beginning. Don't get me wrong, but it seems like it's hard to sustain that.
Yes.
When you start like that.
Yeah, I was looking yesterday, and there was a few high scores for the first game, but it wasn't a ton.
Checking everything.
We are in action mode right now.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what that is. That's how many.
1-3 lead for Santuccio Weaver here.
Brian was throwing a pretty good ball yesterday too, I think. So
Brian's been on fire.
Should be a good match.
And no problem with that.
Get up going for 10. Missed it for the spare. Don't make it to 10. So we've got Brian Santuccio Weaver, Richie Smith. Like we have David Hughes.
Mr. Hughes here, one of our co-founders.
Versus Greg Boyle. We have Chris Biederman versus Stanley's last name.
Hallie Brown.
Chris Biederman versus Hallie Brown.
That's a really good POA matchup. Two capable bowlers.
Oh, wow.
Almost pulls it off.
Good thing you're on TV, pal. Hey, you can watch that later. Yeah, I know. We saw it. Wow. That was a great ball to shoot that, and it slid all the way over. That was the toothpick, right? Or was that?
Yep. That's amazing.
What I thought, yeah.
You see something in this game every day that you've never seen before.
Greg does.
So Greg goes 9.
Just leaving open in the first round. But if anything like yesterday, it won't be many of them in the first couple of games.
Here comes Haley Brown. Second consecutive cut she's made.
Again, folks, in 19, that is the 2-pin that slid all the way over there.
And Dave has that right out of the chute. We'll keep you abreast of the 21 and 22 match. Well, we have a much better vantage point for 19 and 20. We can see the scores at least.
Like, we tag.
And on camera, you should be able to see the scores a little bit too. David just blows by it.
Nice try though, Mike. He ripped the middle of the first ball.
Ellie off to the side a little bit. Here comes Chris. So for you, how hard is it in the early going to kind of get comfortable and get relaxed? How many frames does it take you typically?
Honestly, me, it takes a little bit longer than most people because lately, since I made my comeback, I was out for probably 12 years. Moved away and all, and I live down by Ocean City, so it's like a 3-hour drive to get up here. So it probably takes me about 4 or 5, but
you're probably a little stiff too.
Exactly.
After that long drive.
That's what I was getting at. Yeah, that car ride doesn't help all the way up here, but we may change that one day. It's started coming up the night before.
I think
gonna have to. But I've realized I joined the league now too, so the more I'm bowling, the more I'm gonna get better at it.
Exactly.
You know, being off 11 years, you don't pick up right where you left off, that's for sure. Yes, it was the 2. That was the 2-pin.
I know even for a guy like myself, bowls a lot, bowled for a long time. You know, there's still those early butterflies. You know, those first couple of frames. You know, they're the adrenaline going, and sometimes it can be hard early until you settle in and get that first mark or two. Richie with a heavy hit there leaves a 7.
Yeah, Brian over here ripped the 3-9. And he had a bunch of flyback, spin on the ball, and that's what he got. 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Over here, it looks like we have Joe Elliott versus Mike Retag. I'm not sure if I said that right or not. Probably not. We have Mark Burns versus Mike Mann. Jason Sauter versus Greg Burton.
Greg Boyle, head guy for the June Scratch battle. That's become a big event. 4-man, no handicap. So these team tournaments have become a huge deal in duck pins. Greg does a fine job at organizing that.
Yeah, I'm actually bowling with Greg in December.
Oh, the Glen Burnie one.
Yeah, so we'll see how that goes.
Craig leave the head pin only.
Last time I bowled Glen Burnie, I was in the pro league. I just hope it's not raining that weekend. We'll just say that.
David with two tough leaves out of the gate. Middle rip 7-10 lead.
Very good
As Greg runs his shot down. I always thought the head pin for me was a difficult single shot because I always feel like if I've already missed it once.
I do the same thing. I get in my own head and that's it. It's not impossible.
And that's a nice 10 there for David. You leave it a 7-10 and you get 10 out of that. That's all you can hope for.
I'll take 10 all day out of that.
I don't know if any bowlers would say, okay, I'm going to make the 7-10 and go up and do it.
Haley with a nice ball. He's 5-7.
Haley out of youth league. Second consecutive putt made. Bowls with a lot of confidence. Very young. And you know, when you're young and you first start bowling in these, it's a process. It's a process.
Nervous.
You have to learn.
I remember when I first did it. I was so nervous my first couple tournaments
Sure.
coming out of youth league. So for her to make these consecutive cuts is really good for her.
And you almost have to prove to yourself that you belong.
Yes. And honestly, I even...
Was that a 10 out for Haley?
Yeah. Haley, didn't you get 10? Oh, okay.
It's a shitty break though.
Yeah, that was not a good break.
Forgot to mention one thing to watch out for. If this starts going red, or this number starts going up, let me know.
Okay.
Like the percentage goes up, or just the
number.
Okay.
Like it starts going up a lot. If it goes up like 4 or 5 levels. But if it starts like
10.
Yeah, more than that, more like hundreds, thousands, let me know.
Gotcha.
Richie with a 10-pin lead. And Brian converts.
Brings it in. So I can't see Jason score over there. But Greg with a 38 in the third. You see what Jason has over here, Charlie?
I do not, but I see there's a strike in there. Here's David, hoping for a little better luck here than the first 2 frames. It's a really good ball right there.
Very good, very.
And with the late takeout.
Yeah, his luck has changed. We're going to see what Jason's got, right?
Really strong ball there from David. It looks like
Jason's got a 31
that's a 7-9 there for Greg U. Does put a nice count on a spare. We have 29 plus for David, 37 for Greg.
Good ball out of Chris. Very good.
That was a really good ball.
That was right there. He was right on it on that one. Haley answers back
Haley!
with a great ball herself.
Really good ball for Haley here.
But I agree. I'm a big fan of letting that pin spin. So
Yes.
I would definitely do that.
I'm good for the moment. Thank you. I appreciate you. Kind of a big early shot for Haley here. Just to the left.
Let's see for her. The third frame. She's down 1 mark. That's not a big difference for her. It's nearly impossible to throw the same ball twice as it is.
It really is. And the fog pin's a different shot than the pocket. A lot of people think, well, throw the same ball. Not necessarily. That fog pin's a different shot than a pocket shot. It just is.
Oh yeah, you throw that ball and it's curving away. It's gonna go right by it.
Brian with a ferocious split. Wasn't as tight as his normal ball, but I didn't expect that.
No, I don't believe it. But Brian's working with 2 spares at his first 3 frames. Looking pretty good right now.
What's Richie score?
Richie has 40 in the 4th. Brian has 50 right now. He hits 1 or 2 of these. That would have made the 5-10s. 51 for Brian and 40 for Richie in the 4th. Greg Boyle with
Oh, a cannon. So did
left to 5.
So did Greg retire from the seniors league? He was on it.
Oh man, I think he may have with that ball.
He was born on that
David
that senior
with a big
league.
double
Oh,
up
a
there.
huge double there for Dave. And
Honestly,
Dave,
I'm not sure, but that may be his first double of this tournament.
that's amazing. And no problem. And Greg needed that with the double and answers.
Can't remember if David had any goals, but I don't think he threw a ton of strikes yesterday.
We have an early good match going between David and Greg.
Shooting a lot of spares yesterday.
And you know is what they say. You know the strikes are going to come and go.
Yes, they will.
Spares travel.
Well,
On a nasty lead for Haley there,
I've always
7-10.
been told if you want strikes, bowl 10-pin. You want a challenging game where you can make your spares, come bowl ducks.
Well, we say that behind the mic, but when we're the ones, you know,
Oh, yeah, we want the strikes.
not throwing the strikes, you know.
We want the strikes, but the 300 game will never happen in this game.
Tough box for Haley. Only down by 8 to Chris, though. Richie with a light hit leaves the 9-10.
21 and 22. It looks like we have Mike F has 41 in the 4th. Joe Elliott 43 plus in the 4th. Mike Mans has 48 plus, or 40 plus, I'm sorry, in the 4th. And Mark Barons has 67 in the 4th. Greg with a 48. Jason still can't see it. Jason Slaughter with a 41. There's some good matchups over there too.
So Richie had a 10 out.
Yes. Jet.
We have Brian Santuccia Weaver. Santuccia Weaver with 59 to Richie 50.
Yeah, Brian 60. Yeah, 51.
And Greg with another answer there.
Greg answers with a strike.
David on the double here. This is the big ball.
See what he does here. Little heavy.
And through the middle.
It's all right. He has he's nearly made this shot already.
But here
With a
you're
couple less
thinking
pins.
you're thinking 3 or better here. Get your 3, and if it trickles over, then great.
half the 3 of it'll take it, but you know,
Not a disaster by any means.
it doesn't always happen the way you like it. What brings us back to the game. Nine out, 71 in the fifth for David.
And Greg with a 67 plus, but on a strike. So with the advantage.
I'll tell you, when I bowled in youth leagues with Greg, he was very well known for throwing doubles. So, he caught 1 strike, he throws that same ball, there's a good chance he could throw it.
Yep. Low center of gravity, shorter guy. And he's got to get his feet moving to that line a little bit. Us taller guys are a little bit different.
Yeah, it's a little different. We gotta get down a little bit. But he also gets that ball out that we're used to anyway. Not so much anymore, but nice shot by Chris. And Haley with 9 out. So we got Haley is down 52 plus to 44. So she's down 8 in her
And Richie with the first strike of the game. And Brian doesn't waste a lot of time. He gets right up there. Different bowlers have different paces, but Brian definitely gets right up there. I bowled with Eddie Darling yesterday. That's one of the all-time fastest bowlers.
Yes. Great guy.
He's actually toned it down from what he used to be as far as his tempo.
You know, I watched a video on YouTube of him bowling someone from way back. And just, you can actually tell the difference in his pace. Like, how fast he used to go, just go up and he's gone.
And some of that is probably a little age, you know.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. Like, it doesn't look like he lost any of it, but the age may have slowed him down a bit.
Yeah, you need a couple extra seconds when you get older, and I know even with me from 20 years ago, you know, you need a second or two to process what you're doing.
Well, you know, if I was like him and went that fast, I'd need to slow down too. So it could work.
Yeah, that was fast.
He's bowling
Ooh,
today.
and Greg avoids the pick.
Yeah. Speaking of Eddie, he's down there bowling right now.
Strong game going for Greg.
We ended up going back out the front door, going through the side gate, up the back deck.
87 plus.
Oh my God, good thing with the two-wheeler, I should say. Oh God. Well, did you get it there? Yeah, it's there.
David off to the left, unfortunately. 81 through 6 for David, but Greg with an 87 plus in the 6, looking to take command of the match. Haley leaning left just a little bit. Still in the match.
It's 3 in a row for Mike Mans over there trying to play a little game of catch up. And got 80 plus in the 6.
And Mike's been on a mission getting his first star a couple months ago.
Yeah, I was there that day. Mike bowled really well that day.
He's my partner also on the Sunday once a month at Suitland.
Oh yeah.
Couldn't ask for a better teammate.
Wow, Mike's a great guy.
You are walking left, walk straight. You'll be there.
Keep hitting it, it'll work. Don't ever go away from the body on purpose.
Even though sometimes you feel like it's never a good idea. Emotionally, you feel like it, but it's not the answer.
Keep trying it, because eventually your luck is going to change.
Brian with a 3-pin rip.
Still waiting on mine.
See, to me, rips is where you lose your wood. Like a lot of people say, well, you know,
That was full.
a lot of people say, well, you know, you need to work on your third ball. Not necessarily. You lose wood on your first ball. I mean, you leave a single and you miss your single, the most you're going to leave is 1 pin. But when you're ripping the middle, you have to throw 2 good balls to not lose some wood.
Yeah. Yeah, and it still doesn't work out the way you want it to always, but that's the point. When you make it to Sunday, holding your wood is very essential. There's a lot of games in division play that you will lose by 2, 3, 4, maybe 4 pins.
Exactly.
You never know when that wood is going to count.
Every ball Dave's thrown here has been right near the pocket.
Yeah, he must really love this house. It's throwing a good ball.
Greg will have an open frame here. Let's see if he can pick up one of these 2. Solid 103 still for Greg in the 7th.
Jason, what do you have? What do you have? I can't see. I can't see your score, dude. All right. Thank you.
David's still in the match. 91 to Greg's 103.
We got a 78 plus for Jason Sauter, and Greg Burdick has an 81 to 7. Close match over there.
When Brandon bowled youth, I mean, just last year, I was able to watch Haley Brown a lot, and tell you, she's come a long way in 2 or 3 years. She was a good bowler to begin with, but you can see the progress, and that's fun to see with youth bowlers. And then when they become adult bowlers, it's fun to watch their progress.
You know, it seems to me like they tend to kind of watch the older bowlers when they start bowling the adult league. You kind of see what they do and try to pick up their tendencies because they have much higher averages.
Exactly.
But,
it's only natural.
you know, everybody does it. Sometimes people come out of youth league, they're just Colby and the antennas. They're just already there.
Already there, yep.
Or you come out and you got to work for it. But just keep working, keep plugging away.
We have
The high games will come.
a score on Chris.
Chris has 83 in the 7th.
Okay.
So I know from 21 and 22, we've got Jason
Oh.
Sauter with a 78 plus. In the 7th, Greg Burdick with
That ball
81.
Brian threw, that ball was headed right for the 3-pin, and it ricocheted. So that's the luck of the game sometimes. Good enough ball, and a pin literally intercepted it.
Yeah, we've got some close matches on the other lane here. We've got Jason with a 78 plus. Greg has an 81. Mark Barons has 97 in the 7th. Mike Mans has 100 plus. Joe Elliott with an 88 in the 7th. And Mike is still bowling here. And he's got a 72. So we've got three pins between both the top 2 matches over here on 21 and 22.
What was Brian's total? Santucci Olubi.
93.
That's a tight match.
Yeah, it's a tight match over there. 3 pins. Jason Sauter is on the mark. And so a good ball. Looks like a strike on that. Greg Boyle through the middle. Let's see if David can take advantage.
Kind of like Greg's aggressive style, though. He goes right at it. And if you're gonna, in And Dave with a big pick up there. If you're going to miss in this game, miss with conviction. And that's one thing that I like about Greg's game. If he's going to miss, he's going to miss with conviction.
Yes.
Sometimes
He's
you
gonna
see
try to
bowlers.
make every shot.
Yes. You see some bowlers, you ease up on the ball a little bit. To me, miss being aggressive.
Some bowlers just go for wood. Some just, try to keep pace. Greg Boyle goes for every shot, every ball.
All right, we have 112 through 8 for Greg, but David knocking on the door, 101. Want to count? Pretty ball there for Haley, leaves a 10 pin. This match is not out of reach by any means.
None of these two really are. In the other lanes, there's 16 pin difference between Joe and Mike.
But Haley converts.
It doesn't look like nothing's out of reach yet.
Sometimes you need a shot like that just to settle you down just a little bit.
I didn't realize I like to use that to see the score.
There you go. Deep breath. A lot of bowling ahead. We have a 5-pin deficit here between Santuccio, Weaver, and Richie. Richie converts to 10 pin.
He's not going to give it to him easy. He's going to be
Well,
fighting.
two veterans here.
Yes. A lot of experience on the lanes right now. And Brian's shooting it just the way I knew he would.
We're going to have a good finish here between these two. Both on spares. 5-pin difference. Greg going to be needing a little something here. David putting pressure on him. The first ball from these two, the whole game has been awesome.
Yeah, these two are right on the head, man. If they stay like this all day, they'll be tough to beat.
Oh, and a cannon from Greg. 10-pin lead.
Greg gives it a 10 pin.
The big count ball here for David.
David puts 9 on it, so it's
Solid
a 2-pin
5.
game.
Nice
2-pin
count.
game here, ladies and gentlemen. 2-pin difference between David and Greg.
This is what they call the setup frame.
Foundation.
And Greg, not a problem, runs it down.
Greg knows all about that foundation frame. The 9th frame is his favorite.
Oh, and David just blows
David
by
just
it.
blows by it. It's all right. He holds the stick.
One way or the other, Dave would have needed something in that 10th anyway, and he's going to.
Oh yeah, either way. He's just gonna need a low count from Greg.
We still have a close-ish match here between Chris and Haley. Haley will need something here.
Oh, great ball. Great
Really
ball
good
for a
ball.
strike.
That is big.
Great ball, Haley.
Puts a little pressure on Chris here.
Now do it 3 more times. Same ball.
Oh, and the blot has thickened.
This has become a very close match over here as well. He's got an 89 plus and a 9.
Chris very capable of cleaning this up though.
Yes, he is.
And nearly does. So three pretty close matches here.
Haley will need the double though, that is for sure. She will need to. It's looking like that.
Big 9 count there for Brian. Richie needs something here.
Folks, if you're looking at 21 to 22,
He's going to have to pull off a shot here.
you got a 6-pin difference between Jason and Greg. So this is 113, Greg's 107. And Mike Vance is 128 plus.
Brian converts. Brian.
Mark's 126 plus. 2-pin game, both on the spare.
Oh, and Richie.
Richie converts for a spare.
Goodness.
As he needs. He's down.
So Brian's still going to need a little something on this ball to close out Richie.
Yeah, it's a 7-pin
125
game.
is the best Richie can do.
That's
That will be enough.
That is plenty to do it.
That will be enough. So a 130.
Brian will finish with a 130.
The best Richie can do here is a 125. So this match is over. Great conversion though by Richie.
Yeah, that was a great shot.
130, Richie
You
122.
gotta appreciate when people make splits like that.
Oh, yeah.
That stuff doesn't happen every day.
Especially in a clutch situation like that was.
Yes. In a tournament like this, chances are you're gonna see a few splits made, but you're not gonna see them all like that.
In the 10th frame like that.
Yeah.
Exactly. Craig off to the side, a 5 count. Up by 7 through 9 frames. David has to have this. And gets it.
David's got it. He's down 7. Greg's gonna have to convert.
Craig's gonna need this. This match has been back and forth. Makes a bid.
He put the shot on it. Just
And
let
David
go.
will still need a count here.
You know, yeah.
David is going to need a count.
Yeah.
Looks like he's going to wait. No, he's going to go.
He should go. Anything higher than 8. And then he should be good. And there you go.
that
We'll
should
take
do
a
it.
good 9 on it.
Yep, that will do it. Good match.
139, 136.
139 for
Great
David.
match over there.
136 for Greg Boyle. Very good match right there.
Great match. That was a good one all the way out.
It was.
The whole way.
Back and forth.
Right. Very good match. And Haley, can she catch a double? He's a 5-10. It was a great ball, though. If any ball was going to do it, it would have been that one.
Some important wood here for Haley. David walking by with a face of disbelief. Haley with an important stick of wood. And she will be 10 up. Chris will need 11. $115, $105. Chris will need 11 pins here. 10 for the tie. And leaves a makeable shot here off the head pin.
All right, so Greg is going to beat Jason 127 to 122.
He's going to have to win this match. He's going to have to convert this to win the match. We have an update on the men's.
He's got a 137 in the ninth after his count for the spare. Mark had 134 in the ninth, so Mark will have 144 if he holds wood here. Mike, I believe, is waiting for something to be set up, I think.
What did Chris finish with?
That was moved. Chris had a 120. He didn't need it, but Mike Man's right on the spare for for 144 plus.
All right, so we have Chris over Haley. We had David over Gray. Ryan Santuccio, Weaver over Richie Schmidt. We're
Pretty
gonna
close matches.
definitely. We're gonna see who we're gonna get on this pair here momentarily.
8, 3, and 5. Those are very good matches.
Oh, we had 3 close ones. They weren't blowouts.
That's what. Looking at the stats here, everybody had a few marks.
Everybody had a couple bad breaks, and that's the game.
Everybody loses some splits. It happens. Just gotta keep putting the ball there, and eventually hope it'll work out.
Lisa Huber just had an all-mark 188. He had a 100%.
Against her husband.
That's spousal abuse.
Spousal abuse in the favor of John Huber. I didn't witness it, but I have your back, buddy. Lisa Huber just beat him down.
Yeah. I had a great match against Lisa the last time, last month. Wow.
Anybody have doubles here? No doubles either. Nice. All marks on 8.
So the mistake that I made against Lisa, I opened up with a double. That's
Yeah,
you don't do that to a woman. Yeah. That was a bad mistake.
No, you
Because the rest of the match, she kind of gave me a glare after the double, and that was it.
Yeah, once you get that look, you're done. She's gonna come back. And
I mean,
get
I
you.
shot a 157, I believe, and got smoked, and I pissed her off.
I mean, yeah, I can definitely understand.
Yeah, you don't want to do that to a woman.
Not to one that has her abilities. Lisa will definitely take it on the lane, and it's not going to be good for whoever is facing. She's on fire. She's on fire.
One of the finest, not just female duck pin, but one of the finest period. And her dad, Mike Lindemann, does a ton for duck pin bowling.
Yes.
He made those magnets. He does the duck pin care stuff. Just gives so much back to the game.
Yeah, he does. He does a lot.
Really good guy. I had the privilege of bowling against him this past Thursday night, and really good guy. Competitive too. I mean, don't let the charitable side of him fool you. He's a competitive guy.
Yeah, I've never actually bowled with him.
But what he does it's amazing for the
I've heard
game.
a lot, and it just anything we can do to make it better.
Exactly.
I thought needed could have won it with a double. Because I shot a 9.
Let's see who we got on this player here. Looks like we Greg, are you here again?
Just needed to count.
Oh, okay.
Didn't get it.
So we have Greg Burdick against John Green. So we have James Solomon against Mark Behrens. And Adrian Adams versus Mike, but I'm not sure which Mike that is yet. So we will see. Ooh, we're up to 51 viewers now.
Up to 51.
We're not as good as y'all, but we're hanging in there.
I just want to say, strange enough as it is that I'm bowling, even stranger that I won my first game.
You both won your first game.
140-110 against Matt Kruger.
Oh wow.
Whoa, that's huge.
You got to catch the good ones early.
Hear that, folks? You got Nick Lloyd, the alternator.
I'm like the Mariano Rivera today. I'm the
The 140 victory to 110 over Matt Kruger today. I can almost guarantee you that will be Matt's low game today.
I can guarantee you that as well.
I would not be surprised if he came out this next game with 180 or higher.
But when I'm in division, I always want to catch the highest bowler in that division first. Because if they're going to be off, it's usually going to be in that first game.
Oh yeah.
Or I want to catch somebody older in that first match because the older guys are more stiff when
Yes,
it starts.
early in the morning.
Give me the old guy first before
Yes.
while everything's still creaky.
Yeah, let the I'll bowl the young ones later.
Of course, people are probably saying the same thing when they bowl me. Let me get Chuck first.
Everybody's saying, let's get the older guys. Greg Boyle started off with a spare over on 21.
I don't think some of these young guys realize in about 15 years that everything's just going to hurt for no reason.
It will. And that just like with me coming back to bowling, I used to throw the ball really hard down the lane. I'd throw it and I'd put so much spin on the ball. It was unreal. I came back and I tried to do that, and there's no way. My arm was so sore the next day after I bowled my first tournament. It's just there was no way. As you get older, you definitely lose some on the ball.
It's not that older guys still can't bowl at a really high level, but you have to do it differently.
No, we just make our spares. Or you're sitting where I am today.
That's the amazing thing about like sitting back here commentating these matches, knowing how flawed I was yesterday and trying to critique other bowlers. It's easy to do that from back here.
Very easy to be a spectator. But to actually do it is a lot different.
But some of the people that know the most about the game are very flawed bowlers. It's just
This is true.
a lot of times you know what to do, and actually doing it's the challenge.
Yes, that's a very big challenge to actually be able to do it. Just like anybody in any sport, you know how to play the game. You just got to go out there and do it. But with bowling, you can never tell what break you're going to get. That's the beauty of the game.
Do we have a number up there for Adrian? I can't see it.
Adrian looks like a 9. And John Green with a good ball. He's 5'7".
One of the best balls in the game today.
I haven't bowled with John yet, but he's got a good ball from what I can see. So, a lot of spin on the ball.
A star and probably multiple stars are around the corner. They have to be.
Yeah, he's definitely got some coming his way. He's making a lot of cuts. He's making brackets.
And the amazing thing is he picked up bowling relatively late. He wasn't like Colby, who started at 4 or 5 years old. Mark with an absolute hammer. That's like 1997 Mark.
Yes.
Wow.
He does have all those stars on his back for a reason. I'm sure he would love to add another one today. Mark's 0-1 right now. I'm not sure of everyone else's record, but I'll go off on that just a minute ago.
So I'd be lying if I said that I knew a lot about Mike. I know most of the bowlers. I know a lot about him. I've never seen this guy.
I don't either.
I don't have a lot of insight. I try to talk about all the bowlers, but I don't have a lot of insight on him.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar. I mean, I watched it throw a couple balls from the other lane. Like he threw pretty good ball.
From the back, he looks a little bit like Wayne Lipkin. Not delivery-wise, but just the size, the haircut.
Yeah, I can see that. How Wayne pulls his hair and has his hair and all that. Yeah. With hoops in his ears, though. I don't think Wayne has the hoops. a little split there. Nothing. Haley starts off on fire over here. Strikes there.
Yeah, starting to loosen up. And as we talked about, sometimes with the young bowlers, it takes them a game to loosen up, and once they do,
Then they're good. If they loosen up, the big games are coming. And Mike holds 10. I will say that this house this weekend, I saw a lot of people throw good balls and leave a lot of splits. But I saw a lot of people throw really good ball and throw a lot of strikes too. So, anything could happen in any bowling alley, but
sure.
this house has the good with the bad, and I've seen it all in a day and a half.
But again, I said it earlier in a telecast, and I'm going to say it again. You know, the proprietors here put a lot of money into the place, and not just on the back half of it, on the lanes. They put a lot of money. They spend a lot of time and effort. Cavo back there, you know, does a lot to these lanes. Kevin Burke does a lot to get these pins to really move. And to me, this is one of the most improved houses. This and Suitland, one of the most improved houses over the last few years.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never bowled a suit until this year, but I've heard that it's been hitting really well the last couple of years.
I mean, when a proprietor takes on a project, it takes a lot of doing and a lot of money put into it. You know, kudos. That's what keeps the game alive.
Well, and that's the thing, is when you take on these projects, you don't expect a lot of things to happen, and they do. Like Mark and Wayne also added into this. You know, that guys that done it, as Mark throws a double.
Wow.
You know, there's a lot of challenges that you don't see, but they're dealing with, and they're making the houses still better.
Yes.
Like, everybody knows the obvious things that are wrong with the house when it's not scoring or something like that. But you don't see the little minor things that they have to do also.
Exactly, the little mechanical things. And Nick Louie could sit on here and talk about that a lot more than we can.
Oh,
because
definitely, 100%.
Nick's learning that stuff, and he has a passion for it. And the things that Nick does is great for the game also.
100% agree.
I have a lot of insight on the game in general, but I can't tell you much about the mechanical part of it as far as behind the lanes.
I mean, I've seen a bunch back years ago when I bowled at Southwest. I did, but that was back when Frank was the mechanic there. So you know how long ago that was.
Yes.
I mean,
And Frank was one of the best.
He's at Greenmount now, right?
Yes.
I think he is, yeah.
And
that place is scoring very well.
you notice the place flies.
Yeah, he's one of the greats as far as mechanics and all that. Because honestly, I would compare Southwest with back then to how Greenmount hits now. It's very, very similar. And they've done great things out there as well.
There's John Green.
And there it is.
And the takeout. John is always must-see TV.
And you know, that's the same ball that he threw the last time he was on that lane.
Was he coming off a 35 there?
Yeah. Yes. You know, he hit the pocket the same spot the second frame as he did just now, and he left the 5-7. That just shows you cannot throw and get the same break every time.
You can, and with a guy like John, the pocket is so wide. He can hit anywhere on that pocket. He's going to move pins.
Oh yeah.
Unless he's chopping, he's going to move pins.
And even when he's chopping, he's got so much spin on the ball that the pins are moving something.
Yes. You look at the best guys.
Something else is going to
Especially
fall.
first ball. Colby, Bernie, John D'Antonis, John Green. Their pockets. They're humongous.
Yeah, they are. When they get hot, look out. If they get in that zone, nobody will beat them.
And what that also does, that gives those guys a lot of confidence on their spares, because if they miss a spare, they're going to come back and probably catch a double anyway.
Yeah. I used to say, miss a single, you're going to at least throw one strike.
That just gives you so much more margin for error than the average bowler.
Yes, it does.
And James in a little early trouble here as Mark is on the double.
Yeah, James is gonna have to pull something together here.
Can he go 3? No, he does not.
Right through the middle. So James got a little bit of luck on the side.
Got the 4 on. Fine line between those 2 strikes that he threw and just ripping through the middle. It's a fine line.
Oh yeah. And that line is about a couple centimeters.
All right, so James gets off a little bit inexpensively here, considering.
And the $7, so he picked up a couple sticks on the frame. He's down 20. Somebody throw a double and only be down 20.
That could have been a lot worse. That could have been a lot worse for James if Mark triples there.
Yeah, if Mark threw that triple, you could almost count it over at this point.
There you go. One at a time. Oh, what a ball.
Oh, a lot of ball out there. Big ball.
That was sort of Wayne Lipka-esque.
Yeah. Wayne, where you at? Next thing you know, you're gonna look on there, Wayne's like, I'm right here. Come to Finland. I'm in Finland. Where else would I be?
Wayne with one of the highest backswings ever. And keeps it repeatable somehow.
And he has had that since youth league.
And Jonathan Green with a quiet double. You have to be really good to throw a quiet double. Great verdict there with a needed answer. Had to have an answer there. At least a mark.
And after this game, I'll go try to see what kind of count I can get on everybody.
Mark off the side, but leaves a makeable spare break.
So anybody that's waiting for an update on any other bowlers, after this game, I'll go and try to get see where everybody's at on the second game.
If anybody needs information on a specific bowler, shoot us a message here and we'll try to get it to you.
Yeah, it's not the normal crew today, it's the bench warmers, but
we're the JV team, but we're trying.
That's right, we're doing it. We showed up on game day, Coach. James just missing to the side, man. Mark's gonna open as well, so he's down a blackjack.
What do we have on James?
James has 47.
Still time for him to get in it.
Yeah.
Mike coming off that ferocious bomb. Let's see if he has another one in him.
Yeah, let's see what he's got. Yeah, it's there.
Oh,
That ball was definitely there.
just as good as the other ball.
Yes. I don't know much about Mike, but I'm thinking that this should be his definite easy thing.
He looks pretty impressive to me, at least
the way
in
his
a
ball's
short
going.
sample size watching him.
Yeah, he's throwing the ball very well.
I always enjoy watching left-handed bowlers too, just because it's different. Well,
It is. People have told me that my whole life.
who was your favorite left-handed bowler to watch? Do you have a favorite left-hander?
Honestly, no. Because I never really paid attention to what hand people were throwing with. It was more so about their approach and like the movement of how they were throwing the ball. Because my uncle was the only lefty in my family that bowled anyway, and I mean he taught me a lot, and that's where I used to get my speed from the ball. But I can't do it anymore.
Can John touch third? Off to the side.
Still lots of break though.
I did try to put a little extra on that.
There's more lefties now in the game than it was 10 years ago, but still not many of us.
My son, for one, grew up bowling, just being a lefty, learned to bowl left-handed.
Yeah, bowling, unfortunately, is one of the sports you really can't teach it. You just gotta kind of do it.
And you have to find your own way.
That's why you see every one of these bowlers has a different way they approach the lane, or where they let go of the ball. Everything is different.
My favorite guy to watch, as a younger guy, coming up through the ranks a little bit, was John Owens.
Yes.
John Owens, so smooth from that left side. You didn't even hear the ball hit the lane.
No, yeah.
It rolled immediately.
Yes. John was a great bowler.
And one of the game's great golfers also.
Yeah, I have heard that. I've definitely heard that. Let me go up at the rip in the middle.
We could do a top 10 on the best up-pin golfers. Chuck Q would be up in that up at that top level.
Yeah, Chuck would, I'm sure.
Kerry Shibuka, although Kerry doesn't really bowl anymore. Sorry.
Yeah, he doesn't bowl that much anymore. I don't think he else golfs.
This is frustrating enough for me. What do we have for John Green up there? 89?
81 and 91. There's 81 on the spare, 91. We were talking earlier about the spin on the ball, and then I see that last name over there, Fry. Makes me think of Jerry Fry.
Jerry Fry, yeah. A lot of spin on the ball.
Spin he puts on.
Junior, for a while, he doesn't really bowl anymore. Chris Fry. Chris threw the hardest ball of the three of those guys.
And there's another brother too, Buddy, and he throws it hard too. His average wasn't as high as the rest, but he threw it just as hard as Chris.
We have a score on Adrian.
Adrian's 69. Oh, yeah, Jerry Fry Sr. puts a lot of spin on the ball.
And still doing it. Bulls Pro League.
Yeah, he does.
Still doing it.
Still doing it, and he's definitely getting up there.
Right through the nose.
Making it look like he's 25 again. And he's competitive, very competitive.
Yes. Gives it all he's got at every ball. Doesn't complain.
No.
Greg run down the one pinner. So far, so good, buddy.
Check in.
Richie has a 68 plus
Mark with a strike.
in the seventh. Walt has a 107. And you have Mike on 22 has 76 plus 6.
James cuts through the middle.
Or 76 plus 7. So Greg Boyle's 106. Haley has Haley's got a 99 to Will's 87.
So got a Mark lead there.
Yeah. So we've got some very distant matches over there. They're 3 frames. So
What's the number on James Simon?
71.
71. So right now, Barron's definitely has control of that match.
Richie there with another mark, so he's going to start making a comeback. He's got 88 plus in the 8th. Walt's got 107 plus his club.
Adrian and Mike are pretty tight here.
And Adrian throws a great ball. Reaches the 610. Oh, chops right there at 21.
It's fun also to watch some of the deliveries and see how they compare like the other bowlers.
Yeah, I like to kind of watch other bowlers. Like even when I'm bowling, I do. Just to see all the different ways everybody goes approaches the lanes.
No two are alike, and you can't teach every delivery. You get a Phil Dix, man. A lot of years the guys push him 150, but you're not going to teach that delivery. You know, he touches the pins. It just reaches out. It's like he can touch the pins almost.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
like you
He's
can't.
halfway down the lane already.
So, you know, the kid in youth that's not even 5 feet tall, you can't teach that. You know.
No, you definitely have to use your body to your advantages.
And you have to use the body that you have. Not everybody's different body types.
That's true too. There's no way to train for bowling besides bowling more. And I've learned that during my comeback. Like, you're only going to get better the more you bowl.
And Greg stringing them together here.
Greg Boyle with a single over on 22, it looks like.
Greg Burdick in a nice rhythm. 4 marks in a row. And James could be in trouble here.
Yeah, well, John could be in trouble.
James could be in trouble here.
Well, Greg's going against John.
Mark already on the strike.
John's got 109. He got 8. Yeah, Greg
that's
putting
the one
them
thing
4
my
marks
eyes
in a
are
row.
off.
Putting 4 marks in a row. Greg's
Yeah, that
taking
puts a
the
lot of
lead
pressure.
now. Greg's taking the lead. 2 frames to come back.
That won't hurt Mark too badly here. And still a nice count. Well in control of the match.
James Simon with an 80 and the 8, so he's with his box, but he's going to need a little bit more these last 2 boxes.
James is he's gonna need multiple strikes, and it's gotta be 60 on the end to have any shot.
And Mark put a spare on it, so. Oh no, he didn't. Okay, it's 10. Sorry.
26 pin lead though.
Yes, 26 pin lead, so he didn't need to use the spare. It's good. String them, just put them together. Yeah, we just walked by. She's got 4 strikes. Well, let's put a couple of those together and see what we can do with those. Oh, that one coming up for Adrian. It doesn't look like that could have been a little bad break there. Like the 3-9-10 was coming, I thought.
What a mix.
That's a good mix for him.
You leave all those pins on the deck, but they're moving around. That's big. Donnie Dove always talks about that. Is you can't blow them all back every shot. You have to have some help on the deck.
Yes. Donnie Dove, that man can teach you anything you want to know about bowling.
Yes.
Except for how to approach the lane. You have to teach yourself.
And he'll even tell you that. I could tell you what to do, but there's certain things that he can't teach you.
Yeah, oh yeah, he'll let you know that right away. So.
We've all learned from him either first hand or second hand. If we haven't learned directly from him, we learn from somebody that learned from him.
Right. Or we've watched him. Donnie's been bowling a long time. I don't know if he's bowling any leagues now, but for a while there, he was just bowling tournaments.
And he'll tell you, don't come to me for the mental advice, but for the mechanics, the physical advice, he's always willing to help you.
Yes. And Jeff Fowles was another one. You could go to Jeff about anything, and no matter how he was bowling, he would do what he could to help.
Yep.
Every time.
God rest his soul. Great guy. That's the amazing part. He's the best bowler the game's ever seen, and he was probably a better guy. That's amazing.
I mean, Jeff Fowles, in my eyes, that's the Tom Brady of bowling. He's just a goat.
And here's the amazing thing. He lost 19 times in the final. That's not to knock him. It's just that you're there that many times to lose that many of them.
And you won so many. That's another
thing. That was back in the days where you had higher entries and you had to go through a lot more people. You had to go through ladders.
They were like 12 or 15 game qualifiers back then, weren't they?
Yes.
I mean, that was before my time, but I'm pretty sure they were a lot more games than we bowl now. And the Pop Whitten were bowling 6, and the Pro Tour we're bowling 8. But that's nothing compared to what they used to do.
Oh yeah.
And them cuts were very high.
Oh, there was a lot of those cuts. You would average a 150 for your games, and you would be short.
Yeah. I mean, well, back then you had what? Kurt Johnson, Steve Ibarone, Donnie Dove, Jeff Fowles, of course.
Still had Steiner in his prime.
Walt, John D'Antonis. You have all these names.
Kenny Palmer.
Ken Palmer, great example.
So
and the one thing that they all have in common, they all can put the strikes together when you need it. They've got the knowledge of the game that they know what they have to do when it's time to come back.
And they all had that extra concentration level in clutch situation. They would run down those singles. Very rarely would you see them miss a single in the 10th frame. It happens, but not that much to those guys.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't seem to bother those guys. The pressure just goes right away.
And part of that's being there that many times. If you're Jeff and you've been to 37 finals, you're going to be able to handle that a lot better than somebody that's only been there a time or two.
Oh yeah, very easy. So Walt's already locked this game in, so we're good doing that. He's got God. He's got 143 right now, and looks like Richie has a 105. Greg Boyle has 124 in the ninth. Mike's 103. So that's a 21 pin game there. Haley has 129 plus a 106. That game is almost out of reach too. And Greg with a big strike in the 10th.
Yeah, that was big.
That was big. John's got to catch a couple here.
John don't want to strike.
That was a little light, but
And he wanted that. You can tell by his body language.
but all that rotation he put on the ball, he hit a little light.
You can tell by his body
And he
language.
still left the single.
And he knew he needed it. You could tell by the way he shot that single. John knew he needed it.
Oh yeah.
That's a tough loss there for John. What's John's total there?
John had 137.
Greg with a wipeout double. So it
John
probably
John should
eases
definitely
the.
not beat himself up
No.
about this. 'Cause
No.
even if he caught that double, it doesn't seem that it would matter.
And obviously, after the fact, Greg throwing that double, it would have negated a double Jonathan would have thrown anyway. But at the time, you don't
John
know
would
that.
have had to throw a four-bagger. Or at least a third. If Greg throws one more, that's 161. John would have had 169 if he struck out. Would have been a four-bagger to come back.
Greg Burdick, one of those quiet assassins,
Yeah.
just quietly gets it done.
And then 7. So 158 for Greg.
Yeah, 158 for Greg. Very consistent game.
So we've got Walt winning on 21 and 22, beating Richie 153 to 125. And we have Greg Boyle with a 140 game against Mike with 112.
And Mark just throwing absolute cannons here.
Haley and Will are up the ball now. Haley's got 134 after the count.
James will look to rebound the next game.
And Haley made the spare. That was a nice shot by Haley.
Haley with a very strong game going.
She's already got the game won here, folks. She's just going for pinfall now.
I've had 370 thrown against me. Board.
370?
370.
Oh, 370 thrown against
Just got a 160 something.
Chris
and
Roth.
I just had a 197.
Wow.
Yeah, that's some
Chris
defense.
Chris Roth, 0 for 2.
You can't control the defense.
360 shot against him. But like I said, folks, I'll go check the scores out here in just a minute.
That's a good 3-game set.
Yeah.
Or a decent.
Honestly, that's higher than my first 3 games yesterday, so.
Mark with a very strong game.
And we've got Haley finishing with a 153 to Will's 122.
Yeah, that's a strong comeback there from Haley. She got it going a little bit at the end of that first game. You can see her confidence growing.
Haley is now awake. You can see
Yes.
that.
Just needed for that coffee to kick in a little bit. But as if you look on the message board, there's a link that Nick posted. So if you guys, anybody who wants to kindly donate, you can look on the Ko-fi link on there.
So Haley, what do you have for 2? I know you're 1-1, but
Just click on that link
okay.
and you can donate.
Not a bad set. It's not a bad set. Well,
So this helps
Keep
these
the ball
guys buy the cameras and stuff, so we can get these feeds to you.
yeah, these guys would go fabulous job with
These guys do amazing with this. That's why I didn't think twice when they've asked me to help out with this. I haven't thought twice about it. Number one, it's fun to do, and number two, they do so much and give so much.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was telling him yesterday. When I knew he was going to make the cut, I was like, I'll help out. Why not? Because anything we can do to help the game. Because if we're not sitting here and we're not helping and telling people what everybody's doing, they're not going to know unless they're here.
Brings interest and recognition.
And we've got 52 people still on, so I don't think we're doing too bad of a job.
No, that'll spike. That'll spike as we get
closer to the championship.
Exactly.
I think it'll go up. Some people don't want to sit and watch it all day, or some may be still sleeping from the night before.
Including us. We're talking, but we're still sleeping.
Yeah.
I could talk about the game all day long. I'm not always pretty to watch, but I could talk about the game all day long. But with a lot of people, I've done it for a lot of years.
Well, that's why we do it. Let's step away for a minute and see what I can find out as far as scores.
We are in between games right here. We're going to get you some numbers really soon. We don't know until the previous game who we're going to have on our pair right here that we can see. You have a vantage point on 21 and 22, but our vantage point for the scores is only on one lane because the ceiling hangs a little bit low and we're in the back. So it looks like coming into our picture, going to be on our pair. Walt Brooks, Cabo right here. I believe we're going to have, we're going to see who else is going to be on this pair. Walt Brooks is going to start us off here. Pretty good ball, lead to 2-4. There you go. David Hughes, our fearless leader here, along with Nick. Strong 2-0 start. Have a good match here. Santuccio Weaver against Walt. Two great competitors. Each start off with a spare here. Cavo and David Hughes, as we've mentioned. David already 2-0. Right through the nose. David with a really good qualifier yesterday. Really consistent. Rip in the middle is just. Yep. Yep. She's in the building. So Mike Cavo and David each start off with open frames. We have Will and Chris Biederman. We'll get a record on Chris. We know he won his match, first match against Haley. Like that's the 1-5 there for Chris. That's the 1 or the 1-5. Here comes Brian Santuccio Weaver. Stands really close up to the foul line. Keeps everything simple, compact. He's got to do that being a big guy. Walt with an absolute hammer. No doubter there. Puts the early pressure on Brian. It's a really intriguing match here in the third game. Cavo with a nice rebound. David, another solid hit. He's left a number of solid 10 pins on his balls today. So I think John's going around getting us some numbers to pass along. David will have to settle for the 10. That dreaded 10 pin for right-handers. There's no natural way to shoot it regardless of your bowling style.
A text message. I wrote half of it all down, and then they start updating the board. So as soon as they're done updating that, but I did hear Lisa Huber has one open through 2 games. She has 360 for 2.
360 for 2 for Lisa.
Yeah, so she may have bowled
Goodness.
against Chris Roth both games. Because she's equal to that.
As crazy as that sounds, though, you almost don't want to peak too soon. Because if you're throwing those kind of numbers this early, it's like that's hard to keep up as you keep going.
Yeah, it definitely is hard.
I mean, you'll take it. I'm not saying not to take that, but you almost want to build into doing that.
Yes. Oh yeah, I'll take 360 for 2 any day.
Oh, and she'll definitely take that.
Got Walt going for a double here. There it is.
And that's
pretty pitch up there.
No doubter, man.
Right on it.
No doubter. And
Walt
that may
going against Brian.
that may have even been better than his first strike. And I thought his first strike was beautiful.
Yeah, Walt going against Brian right now. This could be a very good match.
Cabo with a double. I have a pair of doubles here. Early in the match. That's a big tone setter when you get those early in match play.
Yeah. You get a double early, your opponent starts getting worried about that. You can catch that third one. You're definitely in good shape the rest of the game.
Well, that's why a lot of people think that doubles are more important in match play than in qualifying.
Yeah.
David with a nifty pickup.
He's got 3 in now.
How are we doing? Still good?
Doing
Still
good?
hanging out?
Yep, the numbers look good. So.
2-0, 310.
2-0. 2-0. 3-0-2 for
Yeah.
Nick Lloyd.
2-0 for Nick, 2-0 for David.
The alternator and David are getting it done. 2-0, 3-0-2.
Could we have a...
Hey David, he beat Matt Kruger 140 to 110 first game.
We may be commentating a Duck Bin Forever final. Nick
Or
versus
at least
David.
in the bracket somewhere.
You never
we could
know.
Have it. Yeah.
You never know.
See who's superior on that one.
Chris Peterman with the strike.
Brian put a good pocket shot up there. A little heavy, but he's going to split nonetheless.
Looks like he's feeling it. Let's see if he can go 3 here. And
Walt
does.
Catching the third.
And does. He is all over that 1-2 pocket right now.
Spare triple. Walt is getting hot, ladies and gentlemen. And when Walt gets hot, then there's not many people going to step in his way.
The thing with Walt, I look at Walt as like a really good single shooter. I look at him as like one of the greats of the game, but kind of a grinder where he's gonna make his spares. He'll get an occasional strike, but when he gets into that strike mode, he can string them together.
Oh yeah,
You don't
he definitely does.
when you think about Walt, you think consistency. You don't really think about a super explosive first ball, but again, when he strings those strikes together, look out.
Yeah, Walt definitely. I've known Walt a long time, and every time I have bowled against Walt, he's been very consistent. When he doesn't miss the head pin often, but when he does, it's not off by much.
And the thing that you love about Walt does it his way. Walt says what's on his mind, and that's Walt. You know what you're getting. He's not fake.
Some people may not like
you
it,
love
but
that.
that's Walt. And that's how he's always been, and there is no problem with that. I'd rather somebody tell me just how they feel rather than hide it.
And on the lanes, you know what you're going to get.
On the lanes, you better bring your A game because you're going to need it against Walton, especially if he's bowling like he is today.
David with a tough 7-10 lead.
Well, he holds 10 on it, so
What's that put him at through 4?
47.
What's that, 66 plus for Cabo?
Yes. 36, 56, 66.
Overthrew that just a little bit. And that happens. You'll see that sometimes. You'll see that sometimes with the younger bowlers that they're trying for that double or triple. You overthrow it just a hair.
Is this for the next game or something if you have to? A lot of people throwing a good ball today. I definitely see that. I've seen a lot of strikes be thrown already.
I've never seen it takes the pins off, puts them back down, and then the 3-4 games.
It's a new one for me.
Ryan's going to need something here.
Brian off the head pin.
Walt with all kind of pressure on him. Going for number 4 here. Let's see.
And he's right on it, folks.
It's the other side of the pocket this time.
Yeah.
Quality ball, 9 leaf. You'll take that on the triple.
Come on, Walt. You gotta stay on that 1-2 side here, buddy.
Yeah, that's the first one that went 1-3, and it nearly carried.
It almost did. He also almost left the 7-9.
And he's right on it. So what's that put? Walt at through 5.
109 plus.
109 plus in the fifth. And Brian has some work to do, to say the least.
Pavo is a little heavy, lose the 10 pin.
These matches, when somebody gets hot on you like Walt has here, they can get away from you quick.
Yes. Brian's got his work cut out for him this last
No matter
half.
how good you are, you only have 10 frames to play with.
David with a nice pocket shot there. It was a solid 7 pin. With a delay of game.
You got a score for Cabo.
Cabo is 85. Yeah, 75 on the spare.
I'm not worried, as long as I got the correct score.
Well, that's what's on the spare here. But the 75, 85 here for the fifth. Right? Yeah, for the fifth, 85.
I got you.
There you go. David going out. Shooting a single.
I just got one on my
He's right on it. He's right on it. So
David with the conversion.
put the spare on it to bring him a little bit closer. You can tell David's worrying about that double. That double really is kind of in his head right now. That's another man just walked in front of us. Buddy Turner. Great man to bowl with. Great teammate.
Yes.
A lot of knowledge of the game. Lots of knowledge. And he throws it different from anyone I've ever seen.
Had the chance to bowl with him yesterday. Good consistent bowler. A lot of turn on his ball.
Oh yeah.
It's ironic that his name is Turner, because that's what he does. He turns the ball.
Oh yeah.
And he turns the ball with a lot of accuracy.
Yeah.
It's hard to keep that kind of accuracy with that much turn.
Yeah. Yeah, because he lets go of it almost to the gutter on the left side. And it
Literally
just
lets the ball do the
spins
work.
right in.
He must have strong hands because he doesn't do a lot with it. He just kind of he sets it down and the ball turns.
Just lets it roll right in. Balled up with another off the head pin a little. And another single yet again. And Brian with a strike.
Brian needed that. At the very, very least, Brian needed that.
Brian can just duplicate what Walt did in the first half.
If for nothing else, to get the momentum going in his favor a little bit going into the next game.
Yeah. Losing one game is not a big deal. When you lose
Multiple,
two,
yes.
3, then you start to get pressure and really start thinking about, well, now I need to do this to make it.
One thing we cannot control in this game, though, is obviously defense.
You cannot control what other people do.
Good morning, Mr. Button. Mike with the split there. The 2 and the 2.
Did she send you the bracket? The bracket? The log with everybody yet?
Yeah.
She sent it to you?
Oh no, I haven't gotten it yet.
Oh. Curious if Lisa's the only 2-0 down there.
A lot of times when you leave the 2 and the 2 like that, it means it was a rip, but you're throwing it better you're throwing it better, so you get those couple of extra pins a lot of times.
Yes, you do. On the rotational on the ball, it means so much to some people, but some people just throw it straight and it just works with no rotation.
Yeah.
And that's the thing about dustbin bowling is you'll never have people that do it the exact same.
And Donnie Dove talks about it, Mike Steiner talks about it, getting those balls off the tips of the fingers on that release. That means you're getting that extension, you're getting that extra turn or two on the ball, you're getting those extra revs. That's what produces the pin action. It's not necessarily ball speed. We were talking about Buddy Turner. There's not a lot of ball speed there.
He's not a ton of speed.
There's people that can really move pins, and you don't need to have a ton of ball speed. I mean, Steve Dreyer, he is a nines machine. He gets his share of strikes, but that's a one pin leaving machine, and he brings most of those down, and does not throw a hard ball.
No, he doesn't. Steve's another one who has never thrown a hard ball.
Now, ball speed helps you for sure, but it's not the end all be all, and you do not need it to move pins around.
No, because there's a lot of times you throw it so hard. Well, I think she was supposed to send it to Chuck when she was done updating the board.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet.
Okay.
Okay. Actually, now I do have.
Okay,
I have some numbers now.
Okay. Let's see what we got. We got some numbers. Yeah.
Yeah. But we're still going to give them out. So.
Division A looks like we got Nick Lloyd at 2-0. It's 302. Then you have Matt Kruger at 1-1, 269. John D'Antonis 1-1, 307. Bruce Smith 1-1, 318. Dan I 1-1, 344. Chris Roth 0-2, 271. Mark Klingelhofer 2-0. Bill Dix, Joey Sears, Eddie Darling, and Eric Pistorio are all 1-1. And Gary McKenzie's 0-2.
Anything can happen in that match.
Division C. Lisa Huber at 2-0. Barry Schrieffer at 2-0. Lisa Huber's got 370 for 2. John Huber 0-2. Logan Turner 0-2. Dylan Santos and Buddy Turner are both 1-1. Still anybody's division there too. Jason Mulligan, Colby D'Antonis for Division D at 2-0. You have Matt Buckingham and Billy Thomas at 1-1, and Ruben Holbrook and Noel D'Antonis are 0-2 for Division
Billy
Game.
Thomas, another really solid guy, solid person, solid bowler. Bowled him yesterday.
Yeah, I mean he's got 3-something for 2.
Throws a really good ball.
He's not doing bad. Division E, we have Walt Brooks and Greg Burdick at 2-0. Then we have Brian Santuccio Weaver at 1-1. Jason Salter at 1-1. Then you have John Green and Richie Schmidt at 0-2.
Yep, and Greg and Walt, who we've seen on this pair, and both in the driver's seat too right now.
Yes.
So that's going to be a two-man race for that division. It looks like.
Yeah, Division F. We have 1-2-0, and that is your Duckpins Forever very own David Hughes. 1-1, we have Mike Mans, Mike Cavo, Mark Behrens, Greg Boyle, all 1-1. James Simon is 0-2. G.
We get into the
Harding, pins over average divisions.
the POA division. Sellers and Harding, we have 2-0. We have Andrea at 1-1. Nebs at 1-1. Bob Gruss and Brady trying to get it going.
0-2.
We have my son Brandon at 1-1 there. Killingsworth and Mosley. They're leading the pack there with 2-0. They're Brandon with the first career Sunday win there. Only the second tournament that he's made. We have Steiner Jr. at 1-1.
Buddy Stone Cypher's 0-2 also. And who's that? Brian Janorski 0-2. Division I.
We have Adrian Adams, it looks like 2-0, who
Joe
we've seen on
Elliott.
this pair.
Joe Elliott 2-0 also.
We have Chris Biederman, who we've seen a couple games here, and Hallie Brown at 1-1. Hallie picking up some steam.
Mike
So-
free tag at 0-2, and I'm not sure which king that is, but 0-2.
But you guys can also go on Facebook and view the standings so far. We're going to get back to the current, what's happening currently.
Eric, it's Jay Davis sitting here with Chuck Cook.
One with an open,
Not
but
JD. The other
could afford it.
Jay
The other
Davis.
JD.
Yeah,
I like
the
to
other
have
one.
some JD right now. You a JD guy or you a captain guy?
No, give me a bottle of Jaeger and I'm good.
Jaeger's good. I'm more of a beer guy, honestly.
Y'all can keep the Red Bull, just getting you straight.
And I had a few beers in here watching with my son in here on Friday night. That's kind of become my Friday tradition. He bowls on Fridays, and I watch him and I drink, and I come and bowl sober. And maybe I should have drank yesterday.
Yeah, that might have helped both of us, honestly. I mean, it couldn't have got any worse for me, I'll say that.
And everybody has those days. I don't care how good you are. You see the best in the world come in some days, and it's just not their day.
Yes, we have.
And we're doing okay. 53 viewers. We'll get more viewers than that as we go along. Everybody wants to watch it later on.
Well, some viewers got off because they had to come here.
But as we get into game 4, we're going to have more of a handle of what everybody needs, who everybody needs to beat. But we do know Walt in this division 100% in the driver's seat.
Yes. So we got John Green over here with a 94 in the 7th. Jason will say he's got 63.
Lisa, this is game 3. Getting towards the end of game 3.
Yeah, Mike Mann and
Brian.
James Simon. Looks like Mike's down about 20. Still with 3 frames to go.
Brian getting something going on the end here, but still
He's gonna
with
need
that
a
start
few
to walk.
strikes. Yeah. He needed to catch a double there.
It had to be strikes. Even though it's a spare game, there's times you have to have the strike.
Once you get to the end of a waltz, seeing how he is, he's got that tunnel vision going on right now. He's just, his mind's in cruise control.
That's where we all like to be, and that's where it's hard to get to sometimes. Some days it just comes naturally. Other days you really have to grind, and you have to guard against overthinking in this game. It's really hard not to overthink sometimes. The best guys, the Colby D'Antonis, the guys like that, Bernie, John D'Antonis, they're able just to keep it, this frame, this ball. That's all that it is.
And that's exactly how it should be. But most bowlers like me, nope, I'm still thinking about last frame. Especially if you miss a single, you always keep thinking that in the back of your head.
Especially multiple singles. I think a single, most of us can come back. But when you start missing 3 in a row, 2 in a row, you're like, all right, I can't miss 3 in a row. I can't miss 4 in a row. And that's when you start aiming it, pressing a little bit, instead of just throwing your natural ball at it.
Yeah, I mean, people think that this game is just knocking pins down, and it's really not. It's mental, too.
It's the ultimate combination of mental and physical. And, I missed a couple singles out of the gate yesterday, and I'm not saying that's the reason that I bowled bad, but that's not the way you want to set the tone for yourself.
No, it's not.
By the same token, I don't always like starting the day out with a double, because it never seems to work out when it starts off that good. Just give me a nice spare to start out.
Yeah, because then you have your expectations so high every time you hit the pocket. But we know the game's not going to always have a strike, but we would like it to. And if you start with a double, chances are you're going to expect it.
Oh wait, I got
There are also those days that you have it from Jump Street. Those days aren't very often for any bowler, but there are days that after a couple practice balls, wow, I'm going to have it today as long as I can keep the brain shut off. Today's going to be a good day.
Yeah.
And I kind of had the opposite day yesterday. I knew even in practice I'm going to have to really grind today. The timing wasn't there, the feel wasn't there, and that happens.
Oh yeah, it happens to all of us. You just gotta keep, like you said, keep grinding, keep throwing that ball, and keep putting it in the pocket. Eventually, your luck will change.
And the game changes quickly, but it changes both ways. I've seen guys have nothing, then all of a sudden they're stroking. I've seen guys absolutely killing it, and then they hit a wall. So you see the game change on both sides, and it changes quick.
Oh yeah, hey, one rip in the middle, and your whole game can change from that point.
When you're qualifying, you have to bowl 60 frames though. You can't take frames off, and where you see people sometimes throwing pins away, and you have to bowl 60 frames if you want to make one of these cuts.
Oh yeah, definitely. Ball through the middle, but it doesn't need it.
The one thing you can control in this game is your effort, and you can control your attitude. Those are the things you can control, no matter how good or bad you're bowling.
Yeah, and that's all you're gonna control at that point. You can't control how the pins fall or anything. You can only control where you throw the ball and what you're telling yourself.
There's days you want to throw the ball through the masking unit. You don't, because you want to be a professional and you want to be a good sport. We all want to do that, but we don't do it. At least most of us.
I mean, there have been times that a few people probably have done that at Southwest years ago, and they probably have done it recently, but I don't think anybody's done it on the stream yet. So
you know what?
That would be
Number one, it doesn't help. Number one, it doesn't help your score. Your score still is what it is. And after you do it, it's not like you feel better about it anyway. You still bowl what you bowled.
Right. Yeah, you still didn't do it. You know, you miss a single, throw it down the lane. You still missed that single. It doesn't change a thing. Combo with a strikeout there, so David would have had to put one and match.
When we were talking about the golf thing, I can't imagine, the people that are avid bowlers and avid golfers. Two of the hardest things there is to do. You're just in perpetual frustration.
Yes, definitely. You know, isn't Bruce Smith a golfer? Or no? I think he used to be.
What's that?
Bruce Smith used to golf a lot.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. So he would definitely be one to talk to. Pretty sure I remember him.
Nice to see
before.
Bruce back into bowling. A really good guy, really good bowler.
Not only is he back, but he's winning.
He's back and winning, and he's stroking.
Bruce is back,
For
competitive.
those that
He's
don't
throwing
know,
a great ball, and he's healthy.
Yes.
That's the most important.
For
part.
those who don't know, Bruce overcame throat cancer that brought a lot of other challenges to his life, even on the outside of bowling. And now Bruce is back healthy, and he's bowling well. With a smile on his face too. That's nice to see. So we have Walt here that's going to go 3-0 here. Brian with a valiant effort there on the end, a nice rally to make it a little bit more respectable.
Big combo come away with the win. 48 to 130.
Yeah, so that's going to put David at 2-1, still in decent shape for.
Yeah, he's still in good shape with his division. He was
Yeah.
the only 2-1 that was there, so or 2-0 he was. So
Right.
now he's 2-1.
So when
He's making it a little harder, but you just
and
gotta
he
win.
and he should still have a match with Walt coming up, one of these next two matches, right?
No, they're different divisions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're different divisions. David, David,
Hold on, we can look at it.
who do you still have to play? Who do you still go against?
I bowled James next, and I bowled Mark last. Most of the divisions 2-1. They're basically going to be 2-1 or 1-2. No 3-0s. I was only 2-0.
Yeah, you were the only 2-0. and then-
Craig was the other guy I was thinking of in that division that was 2-0.
Oh, with Walt.
Craig Burdick, yep.
Yeah, so Walt goes to 3-0. Brian then goes to what?
So that takes
Brian 1 and
Brian to
2.
1 and 2. So Brian's going to have to win out to have any shot.
Yes.
And that depends on what Craig Burdick does.
Yeah, because that's saying even if Greg wins this game, he would have to lose the last two in order for Brian to get in plus pinfall.
Yeah, but when they get this board out again, you'll be able to log on to the Facebook page, but also we're going to give you that again as it comes out. We'll get it to you a little quicker.
Yeah, if there's any bowlers you guys are waiting to have an update on, let us know, and we'll try to do our best and get it to you as quick as we can.
So it looks like as far as big performances go, it looks like Lisa is kind of leading the pack here so far.
What did Walt have? Was it anywhere near?
Walt's set was pretty good, but that game was strong.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I can't remember what I had.
Walt was in the 280s going into that game.
280, so he had
295, so
295,
he's
so
up.
Walt at 468 for his first three. So, and I doubt Lisa had 100 or under 100. She had 270, I think, 370.
And there's even some good POA performances going on too.
Yeah, POA divisions, it looks like a race as well.
Don't don't count some of these POA guys out. We've had some POA bowlers have some nice long runs, nice deep runs. We had Nebs, Jennifer Nebinger make a final one year. Mike Francis as a POA bowler.
What was actually Zach Richards when he went against Matt for the championship? Wasn't he?
I believe you're right.
Pretty sure he was.
I believe you're right.
When he went against Matt Kruger at Mount Airy for the
Mike Francis, I know, has 2 stars. I know for a fact one of those was out of the POA division. His second star may have been scratch, but I know for a fact that at least one time he went POA and won the star.
Nice.
And you
It
can't
doesn't
count.
happen very often, but
You get some POA bowlers though that on that day their confidence is up. You can a 125 or 130 bowler can win one of these on the right day.
oh yeah, any given Sunday.
So, and this is the great tournament for all level of bowlers. That intermediate bowler who's not quite at that elite level, can make a cut, have a really good Sunday,
Did it
and
get better?
It's down to 540 from against.
you're kidding.
Holy.
So who were your opponents so far?
I've got a little over 400, so I'm not disappointed with what I'm throwing. I'm just only one people drawing time. First one was Bruce Smith with a 160 something. Dan I had a 197, and Dan Tonis with a 168.
Oh wow.
Jesus.
You can't play against it.
No, that's just very important.
Chris
Roth 540.
Chris Roth, 540 shot against him, and nobody was nice enough to bring him to KY Jelly either. He's just taking it.
Yeah,
And I remember Jason Sauter years ago. It wasn't that many years ago, but I think he had over an 800 set and went like 1-4. And there's not much you can do about that.
That would be very frustrating for me.
But going back to the
What are you at? Okay. So you're what, 1 and 2?
But going back to the intermediate bowler thing, if anybody's watching this and you think you want to join the Pop Whitten Pro Tour, this is the perfect tour for all skill levels, because there's a lot of really good bowlers that are scratch bowlers now that use this to become scratch bowlers. They were once POA bowlers. They entered this tournament over and over. They became better bowlers. They became scratch bowlers because of this tournament. 2-1.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that, everybody gets better the more they bowl. But I'm trying to find one like Greg Boyle, for instance. I know he wasn't always around 125, 130, whatever he is now. There's a time we were all lower. When I stopped bowling 12 years ago, Matt Kruger was only around a 120. And look at him now. He's shining.
Yep. The more you do it, it doesn't not that it always works like that, but but you have to keep doing it.
You put the work in, you will get better. The pins may not react better, but your balls will get better.
I started bowling this in 2007, and after a few years of bowling in the Pop Whitten, I took about a 10-pin jump, and I credit the Pop Whitten. I put the work in on the side, but I credit the Pop Whitten tournament for putting me at that level. Started off as a high 120s bowler. 5 or 6 years of bowling on this tour, I became a high 130s bowler.
Yeah, it will definitely do it. It'll teach you a lot. And you won't even realize that you're being taught. You just start doing it. And Haley with almost a backdoor strike there.
And Haley is 2-1 here after that slower start. You saw her come on at the end of that first game, a strong second game, won a close game the third match. She made the brackets her last tournament.
And at 2-1, she's headed that direction
Hey,
again.
to make a bracket in your first ever Pop Whitten tournament, that's a big deal.
Was that her first one?
That was her first one. Yeah,
That's huge.
that's a big deal.
Yeah, that's very huge.
Most bowlers in that situation, you're glad to make it to Sunday, and and whatever happens. But for her to take it to that next level,
Oh yeah. First tournament, you make a bracket. I can remember my first pro tour at Revere Bowl. Yes, I said Revere Bowl. Long ago that was. And I made my first cut. And I went in there Sunday. I went 1-4. My only win was Winnie Shriver. And of course, I had the low game that he had that day. But I'll take it. But you got to take it when it comes. If you roll good enough and you make that cut, you have to take advantage of that. Show up Sunday, ready to go.
and you have to be good, and you have to have timing to help you out. You have to. Who you're bowling against that day matters just as much as the scores you bowled.
Oh yeah. Just like these tournaments, like the December tournament, all the team tournaments, they're great. But there's a lot of bowlers that are better at one-on-one than you are in a team.
Greg with a really good mixture there.
I mean, Greg has bowled and organized plenty of team tournaments, and he's won a few.
And see, that's what's great about this.
But he doesn't have a star.
Some months,
Yeah.
though, that's what's great about this. It's like, so you have Greg in the mix. You have Mike Manns in the mix. David and Nick. You got guys that get back to the game so much that qualify this weekend. So those are guys that I kind of root for because they do so much for the game behind the scenes.
Yeah, you always want to see those kind of guys
Clemmel Hoffer,
doing very well. Yes.
When you get guys like that give a lot back to the game, not that you don't root for the other people, but you tend to root for them.
Oh yeah, you always want to see them doing better. Mike Manns coming up here for an early double. And there it is. There's the double.
The double starter is, as we mentioned, it's huge in match play, psychologically.
Yeah, it is. And that there looked like it. I mean, it was a good ball, but it almost left the 10 pins.
Except for when I did it to Lisa and it pissed her off and she beat me.
Yeah, I mean, you always have those days. But I'd rather be you and piss Lisa off than to be her husband like the first game.
Well,
she really took it
the way I look at it is John Hubert's a smart guy. That's the way that I look at it. Because if my wife bowled competitively and I were to beat her, that wouldn't be very smart.
Well, this is true. This is true. He does have to ride in the car.
When you have to live with the person, it's a little different.
Yeah, you got to go home with her, so you at least got to make sure that she wins that game.
I think if it came down to a final, though, I'll just take the punishment.
Yeah, I would have to at that point. I would have to just
get the win, take your medicine.
I'll get somebody to drive me home.
Trying to think if we've ever had a spouse final. I don't think so.
Oh, well, we're talking about POA bowlers making the brackets and all.
Yeah, Mr.
Button.
Mr. Button had a couple of runs there.
Prime example right there.
Yep.
Making POA and making a run in the bracket.
Well, what do they say not just in bowling, but in all sports? The most dangerous guy is not necessarily the guy that's good, but the guy that thinks he's good. Because when you think you're good on that day, you are good.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you can be as good as you tell yourself. And on certain days, like Joey Sears walked by, he started off yesterday with 6 out of 7 strikes. He had an open in the middle of them. 6 out of 7 boxes to start the game, and you have strikes.
The game is fickle like that.
That. I didn't see where he put the ball, but that's a great start if you ask me.
Mike with nearly a triple.
That was
Looked like
nearly
his
a
shot
7-10.
what, right behind that
Yeah.
10 pin there.
But I'd still take a single all day.
Great, keeps
got-
a little bit of pressure on Mike
You
here.
got Dave Hughes over here with a triple against James.
Dave's first ball has been tremendous. Mike, no problem running it down.
Yeah, Dave's got a quiet triple over here on 21 and 22.
Double
Yeah,
9
hell,
make it
it's still
for Mike Mans.
Throw a better ball than that. She's right in the pocket. Throw it really well on that one. Joe Elliott. Off the side and leave the same break as Haley. Haley holds 10.
The other thing on Sunday is, some bowlers bowl on Friday, some bowl on Saturday. So as you go along Sunday, you wonder about the fatigue factor.
Third frame, already left 2 splits back on this pair.
Lots of time.
Don't do that.
Lots
Don't
of
do that.
time. Look forward.
Don't do that. Haley thinking she's having deja vu from first game.
You want
Can't
positive.
go backwards in this game.
Nope, you have to look forward. And that's even if for the good that you've done too, you have to look forward.
Oh yeah. Jason's all over the bottom up there.
Jason, another example. Jason's another example. You don't have to overthrow the ball to get the pins to move. And Jason's really good at not overthrowing it. He lets the ball do a lot of the work.
Yes, he does. And a smooth ball too.
Nice and smooth, and you notice on that second step, he has like a slide step, and that helps him gather his timing and helps him not rush the line so much.
Yes, it does.
Me, even being a taller guy, I have a little more aggression, but what Jason does is really repeatable, and even on slick surfaces. Okay, Mike Lego, the head
with a
pin.
4-bagger over there now, Rick. I see,
4
looking at
in
the
a
triple,
row.
He's got a 4-bagger over
He has
there.
tied a world record for 4 frames.
That's right.
No one in the game ever has had a more productive first 4 frames, except for the other guys that have done it.
I think the most I've ever seen in a row was 7. Most I've ever seen. Most I've ever had was probably 5.
Well, Mike Mann's the guy bowling right here. I've seen him start off with 8 straight, 8 in a row, and merit. I ended up a 255 game, but to start with 8 in a row, like in my game here, my 250 here, I had 8 in a row, but it wasn't to start. It wasn't to start the game.
Right.
Mike's was the start. So you get to that, you get to 7, 8 in a row. You start thinking about the record a little bit, and if you're not human.
That's very true.
Because you get to 8, it's like, okay, if I throw another one here, I'm going into the 10th with a shot at that thing.
Yeah. And Joe picked up a strike, but Haley answered with a good shot on the spare.
And Mike just rolling along. Craig Boyle putting up a gallant fight.
Jason's on another good ball there. with
Richie
5-8.
Schmidt with the 7-10. Richie coming back from some knee issues. He's missed some time over the last few years with some bad knees, but he keeps coming back. Formidable opponent against anybody.
Oh, yeah. Richie's been around for a while. Another one knows a thing or two.
Mm-hmm.
He's seen a few things around here.
We got a good match right here.
Yeah, Greg against Mike.
Greg's doing enough here to keep the pressure on Mike, but Mike keeps answering. You wonder if Mike's going to go on a run here. You got that first star. A lot of times you get that first one, you go on a run.
Yeah, you kind of do. And he's bowled well.
Oh,
another crusher.
That's not fair. Wow.
He's in the zone right now. Like there's no going away from it with Mike. So unless Greg throws a couple of puts them together, that's not gonna do it there.
Greg's gonna fight you tooth and nail every ball. So we have David coming up here. David coming up here in your right hand picture, going for number 5. So we'll see what David does here. And
but that's okay.
2 on the 4-bagger, but that's okay.
That's okay. He's good.
He gets
Started off with 4 strikes.
He gets the full count from his triple, and then he still can move some pins around here and save.
Twice he gets that.
Not what he was looking for there, but a nice cushion to start off.
Oh yes. It's all right. And he's still got one more ball to clean some of them pins up, and he's still got 105th. Still got 105th no matter what.
So for the viewers, I'm curious, can you see the scores on the telescore? It's harder for us to see them, but can you see them on your screen?
I'm trying to keep everybody updated, but it's a little hard for us to see too.
Solid 4 lead for Jason.
There's quite a few bowlers down this end of the bowling alley. Looks like they're bowling really well.
They say this is the better side of the house. I don't know if there's like a bad lane in here or anything like that.
I'm not sure that I believe that because there was 540, 30, 31, and 32 at Southwest. I don't know why, but they've always been my favorite.
Mike locked in here. Let's see.
Mike locked.
Goes a little heavy. Still well makeable here for a bowler of Mike's caliber and the kind of ball he throws. Very makeable.
I definitely would not be surprised if Mike didn't slide us over and make it. Seems to be in the zone.
Overshot a little bit. That's okay.
Just a little, but it's still not a hurt.
That's a good start. That's a good start for Mike. But Mike, the competitor Mike is, you want to get a mark in every frame. The game's not like that. But when you're a competitor of his level, you want to get a mark in every frame.
Mike is definitely very competitive. I will say that.
Hallie with a beautiful ball.
So my mom is at to my dad's baseball game, and she sent me a picture. She's on her phone watching me and watching my dad's game. And
That's awesome.
She's like, every time she runs to my dad and tells him what I did.
Well, that ball turned nicely. I didn't think that had a chance, and it came back. I don't know if it's even going right now.
It's showing over here. We're all good.
Okay, 'cause this was kind of.
That one looks like it's freezing a little bit. Is the screen freezing for you guys a little bit? We've got two screens.
Let us know
right
if your screen is freezing up. It's higher, so the bite rate is higher. So
grab David with the ball.
when he bowls, we'll get his attention.
And we'll make him aware of it, and we can take care of that.
And we'll keep. Yeah, you even see the viewers going down, so it's got to be. It's probably freezing up and people are dropping out. So we'll get. I gotta go to the bathroom anyway.
Go ahead, you're good. You'll be all right.
Yeah, because when you see that dropping, that's usually why. When it drops that much.
Yeah, it's just going down.
Let's see how my boys do.
Go ahead, you're good. We got a close game with Greg Boyle and Mike Vance here. We got 97 in the 6 for Greg and 115 for Mike. David. Looks like it's freezing. The viewers are going down. Looks like it's freezing on that screen, but this one's not.
It should be fine.
It seems like
It was probably just a hit of lag. Actually, probably just refresh this page.
kind of what it looks like. It would be lagging, but I didn't want to mess
Yeah,
with
it
it.
was just a tiny hint of lag there. It's fine.
Okay.
Actually, it might have DC'd. Yeah, it might have actually DC'd and came back. It's fine. I hit that earlier. I'll have it up now.
Okay. Cool. We just had David come and fix the stream for us, so in between his frames. And right now, I can see a lot of bowlers are right on the head pin today. They just throwing great balls being thrown by everyone. John Green with another by 121. John Green's another one. When he gets hot, then he's really gonna go throw some strikes, high scores. He's got a lot of action on that ball for him. He's doing very well today. How did he get? He already took care of it. Yep, we're all good. He just had to refresh it. Dropped another strike. He's got 125 plus. Jay Boyle's 107 plus in the 7th. That right there is going to be a great match coming down to the wire.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good. That's good.
And like the viewers want another double. let's see if Mike Vance can keep up with it. You know. So Mike, the viewers want another double, so let's see what he does here. He's been all over the pocket the whole game. And Greg Boyle leaving a split up there. Just not very good, but he's going to try to make it. Any shot can be made. You just got to play the wall. Mike Mans with another ball. Great ball. And he got it. Mike Mans delivering with another double. I asked for it and he gave it to me. Greg Boyle with an open frame has 123 in the eighth. And Mike has a commanding lead. Joe Elliott. Great ball for strike. Across the right in the pocket. Haley's trying to build a comeback. He's balling. A couple more. She's got 7 on that one. At 88, so she's down 5 pins. She needs to make this to keep pace with him. And Haley shooting her wood. Left 9. 97 to 103 plus for her against Joe. So it's not that far out. Down 6 pins. And a hit. Jason Sauter is at 13. Come on, Richie, right now. Richie leaving a single up there. David Hughes getting up, ready to throw another one. Not quite the spot he would have liked to, but you know he's been on all day. He was on all day yesterday. So all you gotta do is just go ahead, yeah, he'll make it. Jason Sauter 117 plus, Richie's 104 in the ninth. And then it looks like we have John at 127 plus on 21. To Brian 112 in the eighth. James is 123 in the eighth. To David, who's bowling now. Should have 130 something. And Mike Mans drops another strike. So there's another one. So a triple now. He has a double and a triple in there. This match is well out of hand now. Mike Mans is on 200 watch. Great is fair. He's down so much at this point, but it's just not going to happen, folks. He's just too far down at this point. I just don't see it happening. But we'll see what we got. And Mary's going up. It's a good ball on it. last frame of this fourth game.
See if I got anything sent to me yet.
Oh, for the stats. So, I'll just call up the division leaders here.
Yeah.
For Division A, we have 2 2-1s. Nick Lloyd and Matt Kruger. Oh, Danai McClay also. So 3 2-1s. Division B, you have 3 2-1s. You have Joey Sears, Phil Dix, and Mark Klingelhoff.
We have a battle there. Wow.
Yeah, that one will be. Division C, we've 2 3-0s. Barry Schrieffer, 525. Lisa Huber, 491. Oh, Lisa slacking that last game.
Yeah, but we have 2 500 sets in that division. Poor John Huber with the 505, 1 and 2. That is rough.
Yes.
Oh, man.
That's very rough.
But Barry Schrieffer, 525 for 3.
Division D, we have Jason Mulligan, Colby D'Antonis at 3-0. Nobody else is within 2 games.
They're almost guaranteed a spot. It's just which one is going to be.
If they win the last game, they're definitely guaranteed.
They control their own destiny. It's just a matter of which one's going to win the division. And let's look at Mike here on a triple real quick. We'll get back to the scores.
He's on 200 watch right now. One more will definitely seal the deal.
Overshot it and gets away with it.
He's got it. He's got the
4-bagger.
He's got the 4.
So what's the highest that he can go right here?
235 is Michael cap out.
235 potential right here.
Right now.
Already looking at
he's got a 195 plus in the 9th right now.
Yep, the 200's locked up.
He's got a 200 in the bag. 200 is in the bag.
And most importantly, the game itself locked up.
Yes, the game is well under control for Mike.
Greg just ran into the wrong guy at the wrong time.
When somebody throws a double and a 4-bagger, you're saying you cannot compete with that.
Yeah, you're not gonna.
That's 6 strikes out of 10 frames. You're just not gonna do it. But back to your division leaders now. You got Division F. What do we have on F? Division F, you have David Hughes and Mike Cavo and Mark Behrens all at 2-1.
All right, great game for Greg.
Division E, I'm sorry, I skipped it. Walt Brooks is 3-0. Greg Burdick is 2-1. Division G, you have Kylie Sellers at 3-0, 373.
Oh, you Duckman people!
Colby D'Antonis.
Colby dropping by to say hi.
Colby, you got like 700 yet? What are you doing, bud?
Look at Mike right here on the 4-bagger.
Oh yeah, shoot for 235. And here's the last 2 division leaders here. Check who we got on the last 2 divisions.
Let's see if we can go 5 in a row real quick. We'll get right back to this.
And we go with the Holiday 5-pack.
And another one for Mike.
Is, and there it goes. Mike is just
number
in
6.
The zone. You know, when he threw the first one, he walked by, and I said, Mike, you know, the people want to see the double. And he's well exceeded the expectations of what we asked for.
And he'll still be thinking about the one that he didn't mark and wondering what it could have been.
He's thinking, hey, I could have had 7 right now. You know, if that the one in the 6th frame would have fell.
He said he can. So with the strike here, he could get to 235.
Yeah, 235. 225 plus this ball. And that's a good place to do that, Mike.
Yep.
232.
232 for Mike Mins. What a run there.
232. Hey, Greg, blow another game. You got a shot.
Or another game, a 160 something would be just fine.
Yeah. I mean, you got a 160 shot against him. He showed a 5-bag at 232. His opponent had 162 and didn't have a shot.
And was never, I'm not going to say never in the match, but after the fourth frame was not in the match.
No,
They were at 160 something.
No, Mike had 4 marks in the first 4. Craig had 3, and he was nowhere close.
It's, as we say, so much of this is who you bowl. You could throw a $112 and win a match. You could throw a $160, $170 and lose the match.
Marty Barnes at Southwest had 330 for the first 3, and he was 3-0. He just any day.
I did.
Now he's gonna lose by 10.
I threw the ball so well. It doesn't matter.
So throw it that good the next game, and it'd be different. Just win. All you gotta do is win. The name of the game on Sunday is win.
Yeah, there's no style points, although Mike Mann just had a ton of style points on that one.
Yes.
It still counts for one win, but
Yeah, there was a lot of style points.
Mike made that stylish.
Yes.
And we talk about having the big pocket there, and on that ball, even a couple of his lighter hits would still turn into big hitters for him.
Yeah. Oh, and we also had another 200 they just announced. Buddy Turner with a 207 game.
Yeah, the pins are flying here today. There's no doubt about it.
Good thing there's no high game pot today, because if I was Buddy, I'd be really mad about that. Shoot a 207 and you wouldn't win high game.
Yeah. Or the ones where you get paid for second place. 207, $6.
Yeah, that one. That'll do it. $6 for your 207, yeah.
Or what if Buddy would have bowled Mike?
Oh, wow. I would have been even more mad then.
Oh.
So 207 and lose.
You wonder in history if that's ever happened. If a bowler's thrown a one-on-one game and thrown a 200 and lost the game. I've never seen it happen, but I'm not going to say that it's never happened.
I don't think I've ever seen it either, actually.
I've never seen it happen, but it doesn't mean it hasn't happened.
Right. I mean, I'm sure it's probably happened somewhere. The 10-pin, I know it's happened. Duck pins,
I mean, my personal high for losing a game is I lost to Mark Klingelhofer 200 to 181. That was my personal high for losing a game.
and even that's bad enough. Like that probably made you really mad on that.
We both marked through 9, and he doubled in the 10th, and I ripped the middle one in the 10th. That was my one open. But I can't imagine throwing a 200 and losing.
No.
Now, your team losing, you throwing a 200 happens.
I have done that at Hillendale. Some people probably don't even remember that place anymore.
I'm gonna winning in against Mark.
Winning in against Mark. You're both winning in?
We're both 3-1.
3-1.
Who? Is there any chance for somebody to take over one of your spots?
Maybe Mike. I don't know.
Or are you two guaranteed top
No,
two?
Mike's 2-2. Mike's 2-2. James is 1-3. Greg should be 1-3. So that leaves Kobo, I believe, at 2-2.
So it's only out of you and who, Greg? Or Kobo? You and Tavo?
Yeah, he's 2-2.
What is Mark again?
Mark's 3-1. We're both 3-1.
He's 3-1. Okay. So
That's a win in it.
Yeah.
And that is going to get funky for someone at 3.
Yeah, I mean, pinfall would be a factor then.
That's what I'm thinking.
But you both control your own destiny.
You should have control of pinfall no matter what. On Tavo? No?
Did you see what Mike just said?
No.
He wins. He just threw it 330. 232.
Oh my God. I thought you were talking
If
about
it gets to a 3-way, he's going to be the one.
Oh, yeah.
Got too many pins.
Yeah.
If it gets to a 2-way,
Okay.
so there's a lot of weird things happening.
Oh, yeah. Just win. Don't worry about
That's
it.
a good strategy.
Yeah, just win. Just throw another 4 back.
Just
man.
win,
You'll be all
baby.
right. Hey, Mike, you threw 4. Mike threw 5. Now you got to go 6.
4-bagger with a 5. Couldn't hit the head for something.
Hey,
So
we had 105th, and it worked.
We had 2 huge games that game. You look forward to this now, going into the last game. You look forward to, okay, who's going to throw a big game now? You had Colton Goo, who finished the final with what was it, a 203 last week? A few weeks ago,
it was, yeah.
203. Yeah, Colton bowled that during the final. You're seeing all these high games, so now you're wondering, Ari, who's going to do it next?
Yeah.
I mean,
Who's going to be the next 200 game we have?
The way Mike's throwing right now, I wouldn't be surprised to see him do another one. I've seen two in a row. It's rare, but
I mean, yeah, it's definitely possible.
Then you got your guys that are a threat to do it at any time, and really, most of the bowlers that make it to Sunday, you're a threat to do it any given game.
Oh yeah.
But it just goes to show you how far this house has come.
Yeah, this house has come a long way.
There was a time
Where it was.
you'd see a handful of 200 games a year in here. Now you're seeing a handful per tournament.
Yeah.
We're gonna get you these results as quickly as we can, because now we're getting into crunch time here, going into the 5th game.
Yeah, we're gonna try to get it done.
We're gonna try to focus more on the division leaders here in this last game. We got some good POA battles going on too.
I'm back.
So did you win that game?
97. I'm back.
We have Mike and Mike here. Cavo and Mike Mans. My money is on Mike. And twin chops to start. Cavo not going to be intimidated by anyone. Underrated bowler, does a really good job. Along with Kevin Burke in this house, and they should be smiling because the scores have been big. Tough start out of the gate for Mike Mans. A lot of times you throw a game that high, it's hard to come out the next game with the same kind of energy, because that game's over. You can see both matches here in our vantage point. David Hughes well into the mix here, controls his own destiny, 3-1. We're going to be getting results to you shortly. keep our eye on the Mark David Hughes match. That's the match to keep an eye on. And Walt with a no doubt hammer. Walt has certainly brought his A game. Jason blows by the 7-pin there. Puts him down early with the Walt double. Cabo takes out the 2-8 again. Mike with the mixer in the back door. When things are going well, things are going well. But he'll take it. The thing is, when you get that kind of roll on the ball, even when it's not a pocket hit, you get the maximum amount of pin action. David with the strike there.
That's fine. We're now up to about 690.
690. What's the record? We're up to 690 for Chris Roth against him. 690 for 4. I don't mean to laugh, but that's about all you can do.
I mean, I'm sure Chris is probably laughing at this point, honestly.
I mean, at this point, you're rooting for a 200 the next game. Yeah. So if you're going to shoot 690 against me, just go to the 900, right?
Yeah, I mean,
if you're going to lose,
might as well.
If you're going to lose, don't eke it out. If you're going to beat me, beat me.
They should make a bracket just for that, for the largest total shot against you. I mean, that's not even a bracket, but that's got to be probably the most, I would think. Shot against you for your losing.
Oh, yeah. That's a ton. Can you see Mark Barron's score?
19 in the second.
Okay. We have 19 for Mark Barron's. Davey Hughes with a strike, 20 plus in his second. That's the match we're keeping an eye on, 21-22.
Is there anything on 19 and 20 that we need to watch for?
Well, Walt is in the driver's seat. We don't know. We haven't got the results yet from the other match to see exactly what he needs. In control.
I haven't posted from the fourth game yet, but Walt should be a winning end.
Jason with an answer there, needed answer.
Yeah, I would think Walt's a winning end, whether he won or lost the last game. I'm not sure what he did. That division, it was Walt at 3-0 and Greg at 2-1. Everybody else was 1-2. So I would think Walt's a winning end. Pretty much situation.
The other one is a verdict. Craig Burdick's should be in the mix, right?
Yes, Craig was 2-1 after 3 games. So yeah, he should be right there.
Cava with a very good ball. Leaves the 9-pin. Like trying to take advantage of the gift he was given in the second frame. This time, throws a much better ball and leaves a 1-pinner. So there you go.
We'll see, but it
Cabo
looks
converts. You know, and some of these guys that even aren't in it, they could play a factor here.
Oh yeah, they could easily spoil it for somebody, you know, because a lot of times it comes down to the 3 and 2s.
And Mike converts.
In that second spot. But you never know what's going to happen. Anything can happen in duck pins, and it's been like that forever. Let's see what happens here, folks. It's a lot of bowling left to go.
Yes. And the stakes become higher.
Yes, they do. Right now, David looks like he is throwing another double. David is catching some strikes.
He's strung himself together a nice weekend. It's hard to do it both on Saturday and Sunday or Friday and Sunday. It's hard to do it twice.
Yeah, it definitely is.
You notice a lot of the guys that make deep runs on Sundays, they kind of just snuck in on the qualifying. They sneak in. They get in there somewhere, then they get hot on Sunday. And a lot of times when you light it up and you're one of the hot qualifiers, it's hard to repeat that again.
Yeah.
It's just not that kind of game where you're going to go 12 and average 160 or so. That doesn't happen.
Yeah, and then you
too
look
often.
at it. How many times have we seen the number 1 seed get knocked out as soon as the bracket opens?
Yep.
Number 1 out by the 16 seed.
Sometimes the low average it just kind of gets you. It's not that kind of game where you're going to just keep throwing 160s and 170s. It's just not that easy for any good bowler.
Well, yeah. I mean, you get a guy like.
That's why it's so special when it's done.
Like Walt, Mike, or even Jason and Cabo. You get their higher average bowlers. They bowl against somebody, say in the POA division. It's only maybe 115, 120 average. It's a different mind frame for them.
It is.
They're not necessarily not that they're not going to try hard enough or as hard as they would against somebody with a higher average, but just the fact that they know they have lower average, so I'm going to beat them anyway is what's in their head.
Yep. You can look past a lot of guys doing that, and you try not to, but
there's a lot of people that have.
It's human nature. But on the other hand, that's why it's doubly hard for guys like that with the really high averages, because those guys got a target on their back all the time. Matt Kruger, Colby, Bernie, they have targets on their backs all the time.
Just because they're top guys.
Nobody's going to overlook those guys, so they're going to get everybody's best.
Yes, they will. It's like that for years, because I remember being in youth league and you had Bill Fox was always number 1. Every tournament we had, or every league day we had, it was Bill Fox. 140 average, it was great. National invites, and you got Bill Fox winning again. I was 112 average one year bowling national invites. I barely made it in. And I ended up getting second that year. 112 average, and I got second in the national invites that year. To Bill Fox. Like, that was another guy. 140 average. Nobody wanted to touch him in youth league.
No.
No one.
Another guy that knows so much about the game too.
Oh yeah.
And by the way, Bill, if you're watching, congrats to your Mariners. One of the big Mariner fans.
Yeah.
Had a nice run.
Oh yeah. We'll see you soon, Bill. I'm sure we will. Ocean City misses you too, buddy.
I miss Ocean City.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's about 10, 15 degrees colder right now, but
I wish we had a center down in that area. I guess.
so do I.
I mean, you had Queen Anne's. It's not really in the area, but it's on the Eastern Shore. But that would have been awesome to have And I understand they have the one. What's the one down there? They have the
They have
like
the
the arcade.
alley-oops.
Yeah, the alley-oops.
String bowling, though.
And that's fun. But I'm talking like a real duck pin center down there. That would be to have a tour down there. We could make a weekend of it. You know what I mean? That would be insane.
Well, it would be great for like that area too.
Yes.
You know, like you do tournament during the winter down there. And I would love to open bowling. If I had the money, I'd already do it.
And you
Anybody looking on bowling now in Ocean City, let me know.
and down there you have the natural market.
Oh yeah. I mean,
Maybe not for leagues, but
they have a 10-pin house down there, and there's almost every night they have people in there. Whether it's a league or a lot of open play or anything, there's always people bowling.
I would bet you could get a once a month kind of tournament there like Zoolin has.
Yeah.
I would bet you could do it.
Oh, probably very easily. The problem, I think, would be finding the lanes, but
Yes.
you know,
Easier said than done.
There's
We're
enough people in this game that
pipe
I'm sure
dreaming
we could
here, but
find them.
yes.
We could probably find them. I would love to have a house down there.
Of course, the real estate down there is not cheap.
No, it's definitely not. But you don't have to be in Ocean City, just near it.
Correct. Close enough to make a weekend out of it. And Walt, he has been all over that 1-2 pocket.
He's just dominating to that pocket today.
And he knows it. And he knows it. When you know you're moving them on one side or the other like that, you're staying right there.
Yeah, you are.
And even if you have one now and then that slides over and you chop the 1-2 out, what it rewards you is just going to be worth it.
Yeah. I see it a lot. You got guys hitting and crushing the pocket, and they're not leaving breaks, and then they go to the other side of the pocket and they just start leaving everything. And once they start leaving breaks, if they're making them, you're not going to stop them. So you better keep pace right there.
You watch Walt, you watch Mike, but with Walt, simple delivery. There's nothing exotic that he does. There's nothing crazy. He's not super fast.
Yeah, and he doesn't put a lot of spin on the ball either. Like maybe a little bit, but not a ton.
Really simple.
Throw it down the middle. The pins explode.
And you watch Walt's footwork. Next time he's up, if you're watching, watch Walt's footwork. Watch how close his steps are together. Very short steps. That's what makes his footwork probably the best in the game as far as sheer footwork. So repeatable.
Yeah, and he didn't start bowling at a young age either. From what I understand, he didn't start until he was 17 or 18 years old.
Oh yeah, you're correct. And picked it up quick. And there's some bowlers that started late. Mark Callahan started very late in life. He was, I think I heard he was in his 30s when he hadn't even bowled yet, duck pins at least, until he was in his 30s.
Yeah, I know that, but yeah, it's...
Lost part of his foot in like an accident, mowing his lawn, and still continued to bowl at a high level.
Yeah, I mean, you lose part of your foot, that's definitely got to take a lot of work to be that good and still have, part of your foot is hurt.
I mean, because I don't know which foot it was, but it's either the push-off foot or it's the sliding foot.
Right.
So
Either way, it's going to hurt. But he figures it out.
we should be getting some of these results momentarily here.
Yeah, somewhere.
And we do. Looks like in Division A we have Matt Kruger, Danai McClay, 3-1 respectively. 640 for Danai, 568 for Matt. Division B, looks like we still have a dogfight there.
You got John D'Antonis at 3-1 also. 603.
Yeah.
And Matt Kruger at 568, 3-1.
Oh, so we have 3 of them. Okay.
There's 3 3-1s in that division.
We have Klingelhofer and Phil Dix, 3-1 each.
But if one of them loses and Joey wins, Joey
Sears can slip in there, and that's a guy that you don't want to face. You don't want that guy to slip in there.
No, he's
Joey's incredibly clutch
you meet
on
him
Sundays.
in the brackets,
He's
he's not going to be a nice guy.
You don't want him in there. So that's the kind of cliche in sports where you don't want that team in there. Joey's kind of that guy.
Oh, yeah.
If he's on the outside, you don't want him getting in there.
No, you don't want him to have that shot.
So we have
Lisa Huber's already locked up her division.
Yes.
At 629. Barry is 3-1 at 635.
We have John at 670 and somehow 2-2.
2-2, 670. Wow.
That's rough.
I mean,
so we know in Division D, Colby has already clinched the division.
4-0, 601. 601 for 4. That
Jason Mulligan is all he has to do is win and he's in.
Yeah, if he loses,
Billy Thomas can sneak in if he were to lose.
yep,
Not sure of the exact
he's gotta beat
scenario.
him by more than 10, I believe. It's go pinball or head-to-head for tie.
So it's head-to-head unless it's 3 bowlers tied.
Unless it's 3, okay.
So we have Walt who has won his division. It's going away, but we have three 2-2s, including Jason Sauter, including Jonathan Green, including Greg Burdick.
Yeah, John Green's got the higher pinball at 3. So if he wins, he's in.
So we have David Hughes and Mark Behrens each with 3-1. Their matches right now are
Right now, and David Hughes has 69 plus in a 5th, and Mark Behrens has 68 it looks like. So David just counted 7. So he's got 76 in the 5th with his count. So David's up 8 pins right now. So he's looking pretty good. Just got to keep on pace.
looks like we have Sellers and Harding leading with 3-1 in Division G, the POA division. Looks like we have Jeremy Killingsworth, Tom Mosley, both at 3-1.
Jeremy Killer.
Jeremy can put some strikes together with the best of them.
Jeremy's got him by 42 in pinfall there.
So Joe Elliott has clinched his division, but we have Haley, we have Adrian Adams, and we have Peterman, all the 2-2.
Yeah, and Haley looks like she's leading the pinfall on that, but yeah, she's got 500. Adrian Adams is 491.
So Richard, to answer your question, we're at the end of the final game here in divisions. So after this, the field will narrow as we go to bracket. So we'll keep you up to date on who made the bracket. That'll also be posted on Facebook.
Yes.
Walt at this point just trying to stay sharp here. He's whether he wins or loses, for him means nothing.
Walt's already locked it up. I think the only thing he would be looking at now would be seeding. Seeding wise, and I don't think Joe Elliott's anywhere close as far as pinball to Walt.
Well, Joe's going to win his division.
Yeah, I'm thinking seeding for brackets.
Oh, for the bracket, yeah.
Yeah, they're both far now. Yeah, as of right now, Lisa Huber would be the top seed at 406.29.
So can we?
Walt Brooks would be the number 2 at 4.06.21. Colby 6.01 4.0. And Joe 4.0 5.24. They're the only undefeateds we have right now.
Let's see if we can do some fun math here. So, what do the Hubers have combined between the two of them for 4 games? What's their combined total? That should be insane.
$12.99.
So $12.99. Lisa and John, $12.99 for 8 games between them.
John has 670 and he's 2-2. Lisa's got 629 at 4-0.
Wow.
And Chris Roth has about 800 shot against him.
Yes. Yes. And Chris Roth has 533, 0-4. But he's had a ton shot against him. There's just no helping him today.
He's probably going to win his last match 103 to 101.
I mean, yeah.
But that's just the way the game works.
Oh, of course.
We have a David Barron's score update.
David's got 86 in 6. And Mark Barron's at 78 plus.
Keep it up. Come on. You got it. It's tight.
You need to win. You got pinball. You have pinball, right?
Yes. One more.
Yeah, so it's Haley Brown he's talking to. She's
Yeah, that's big
bowling
double
well
for Haley.
today. Yeah, she's bowling well today. She just needs to keep her
Haley's
in the
mom,
game
Felicia, is watching, so trying to keep her up to date as well.
Yeah, well, she's at the ball field at that.
Yep, at
Watching at the ball field, yeah.
which makes me a little bit
great.
jealous.
I mean, that's great.
I'll be honest, on a nice day, it makes me a little jealous.
Yeah, I mean, I love it.
I love being in the bowling
know.
alley, but I also like being on the ball field.
Well, just the fact that you're at the ball field and your kid's bowling in a tournament, you're still watching. And you're paying attention to the game in front of you. You're watching your daughter bowl.
Yep, I'm
Great.
while I'm broadcasting, I'm watching my son bowl about 30 feet away here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this was a good spot
got
for
his-
you because you could see Brandon pretty much the whole day.
He got his first Sunday win today of his career. He made his first cut a couple months ago. So he got his first Sunday win today.
He's been bowling well lately.
Keeps a good attitude. That's all, you know.
That's half the win right there.
Like some parents put pressure on their kids. The only thing I want from him is to enjoy the game and give it his best. That's all.
And that's all we can do. You know? You just got to try to teach your kids the game, and hopefully they like it like we do. I mean, my daughter's 15. I've had her bowling since she was a kid. She doesn't bowl competitively, but she loved it. One of these days she'll be able to watch me in a bracket, maybe. Maybe one day.
Why not?
And Walt with another bronze, not bad.
Like I said, at this point, it's a different mindset for Walt. You know you're in, but you also don't want to lose it. You can easily fall asleep at the switch a little bit, and then you got to flip that switch back on. Walt's been there too many times to let that happen, so Walt's going to be fine.
But Walt also could probably be looking at number 1 seed right now. Honestly, in my eyes, that would be a seed I don't want. As much as number 1s go down in the first round of the bracket, I wouldn't want to be number 1. I'll take 2.
Well, it's funny. I bowled Walt the day that I finished second in the Pro Tour at White Oak a few years ago. I had to get through Walt, and I jumped on Walt early with a double, and Walt ripped the middle twice early. So I put him down early, and I was able to build a huge lead on him. You know, the match was over by about the 6th frame because I just kept striking, and Walt was just ripping the middle, and I just said, okay, you know, I pretty much knew I had to win, but I didn't want to let my guard down. I wanted to stay sharp going into the last match.
Oh yeah, you always want to keep sharp. Keep right at your head in the game. Keep focused.
Because if you, you know, you can lose it too. You can lose your focus quickly in this game.
Yeah, you can lose very quick.
You know, know, I've been the recipient against Walt a lot of times too.
I think we've all joined that club. I mean, anybody that's bowled against Walt, Pro League, or like not even a tournament, just any league really. Yeah. Walt is a great team bowler, great singles bowler.
Not ready to hear it.
Great bowler all around. Learned a lot, taught a lot of people. Nick Lloyd, how's it going down there?
What's your record, buddy?
2-2. Lost the last 2 games in 2 frame roll-offs, both of them.
Wow.
So
Tied both games.
we were doing-
Had a double-digit lead on both opponents. Tied both games, lost both games.
Who were they against?
Dan Clay and Johnny and Thomas.
We were doing some fun math here, adding up the Huber scores combined.
$12.99 after 4 between the 2 of them.
Do we have Mike's game on camera?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Wait,
Great finish too. Yep.
Awesome. So that, we'll probably go back and upload that, just that game.
Yeah, it's on it. And it's
I was kind of hoping, I knew it was down here.
yeah, and it's recorded, so it's all good.
I'll be sliding in here with you guys. But it's
Sure.
bragging.
Yeah, that's Nick Lloyd there. He's lost his last 2 games after starting out 2-0. But he's had 2 frame roll-offs on both of them. It's a tie game, went into the roll-off and he lost. But you know, after John went for that two frame roll-off at Mount Airy, I believe, against Bernie, wasn't it?
Yes. Oh,
I
what a
would want to
finish!
see John in a roll-off.
What a finish! That may have been one of the top 2 to 3 finishes ever,
Oh yeah.
if not the best.
Yeah, that's one of the greatest comebacks I've ever seen. Because John was down a little bit, and he fought right back and tied it up.
I remember I was at a bowling alley watching that while practicing. I think I was so mad that I didn't qualify that I went out and practiced at another bowling alley and watched that while I was practicing.
Yeah, that was.
And it was
a
funny.
great
I was at the table and I'm like, yes, and people are looking at me like, what the hell's he cheering about?
match. Yeah, what's this guy doing? Watching his phone. And Mike Mann put a hammer down the middle.
Yeah, I'm glad we got that on camera, that Mike game. You get lucky and get those games on camera sometimes, and sometimes you're not so lucky and the better games are off camera.
Oh yeah. Yeah, like Buddy's 207. We weren't lucky enough to catch that, but we've got the high game of the tournament so far.
It's funny though, some of these guys are so good that they almost put you to sleep because they're so consistent, and then you look up and then suddenly it's a 200 watch.
Yeah. That's where Mike went.
I mean, he had the early strikes.
Yeah.
You know, he had started to take control of the match, and then it was just one after another after another.
Yeah, and they were all great balls.
Yes.
Great balls. All of them right there.
And this house has become a good strike house.
Yeah, it does seem.
You get your share. You get your share of multiple strikes in here.
It looks like, as of right now, it looks like Joe Elliott might have a 5-0 watch over here.
Yeah, Joe may end up being the top POA guy.
Yeah. I think he might already have that in lock. Yeah, nobody else in POA is 4-0.
Can we see Haley score from here?
Haley, 20-something. What you have? What did you have? Haley won with the 139 to Adrian Adams 131.
3-2. Where does that put you?
3-2 is 639.
Is that hot?
639. That's.
Chris does. I'm hoping I need this.
Chris would need 180 to get that.
Chris would need like a 180. So I think you're good.
You should be good. She had 500. She was up by 46.
Unofficially, looks like Haley will advance, and so who?
Joe Elliott.
Joe Elliott and Haley from that division, from that POA division, will advance unofficially.
Yeah, unofficial, but will probably be official soon.
I don't want to give out too much false information.
No, definitely don't. But Chris is going well today. 2-2.
He has
456. He's in POA division. That's not bad.
I was keeping an eye out for yeah.
You can see some John in him, the way he goes about his business, same kind of disposition, laid back guy, just like John, laid back.
Not as many strikes as John, but so John, if you're watching, you know.
Well, John's one of the top guys in the game.
He'll take a couple of your strikes, John.
Just as solid as a person too.
Yes, he is. Known John a long time. He's a great guy.
We're gonna have our fearless leader joining us soon, Nick Lloyd. So what do we have score-wise with the David match right there?
125 plus in the ninth for David, and 122 for Mark.
Tight.
So
tight.
He's up 3 and a hit. But
because David
I wouldn't
will
count
need,
him out yet,
David
though.
will
It is
need
Mark
no
Barrett.
help if he wins, he's in.
Yeah, if
If he
David
doesn't, he needs a couple things to happen.
Yeah,
but
if David gets in, if he wins this match, he wins his division. Mike Mans is 2-2 and has 644. That's the only one that would take him in pinfall. It looks like.
which a three-way tie there would probably go to Mike with that kind of pinfall.
Right. Yeah, it would definitely go that way for Mike. Which it looks like Mike Mans is winning this. Yeah, Mike Mans has this game already wrapped up. So Mike Mans is going to be 3-2. Mark Barons is going to be 3-2. Mike Mans just got in.
That's
enough to get him in.
That's going to put Mike in.
If David loses this game, Mike will jump to first in the division, and David will drop to second because of the 200.
But he would still get in as a wild card.
Yes, he would still get in as the second place in division.
Now, how about Greg Burdick here? But Greg had a shot too.
Yeah, Greg Burdick was 2-2, 554. John Green was 2-2, 560. And Jason Sauter was 2-2, 505. He is 6. Jason just lost to Walt, so Walt went 5-0 with another 170 game. So Walt's got 8-11. 5-0, 8-11 unofficially.
So anybody that's watching this, if you have the option to share this, please do so. Get some more viewers. We've been pretty strong between 50 and 60 the entire day, and this is when it usually jumps a little bit as we go into the later rounds.
Get up to 100 before we get to the final match. That's what I'd like to see. Let it jump up. Another 170 over there. Can't see who it is. Ruben, it looks like from Holbrook. I don't think he had a chance though. So 146, and he lost.
All right, so we're gonna have a little downtime here in the next few minutes while everybody's finishing up and they're gathering the stats and the wins and seeing where everyone stands. We'll do our best to get that to you quickly, though.
David finished him with a 152. Mark Barings is going to lose by 10 if he strikes out. So David is one.
Yeah, so
and
David
he is in.
has won the division then. So that will put Mike as the.
Yes, Mike is the number 2.
Mike's the wild card.
Yes. Yeah, Parkville
Now-
finished with a 141.
Now, when you're bowling on Sunday, do you prefer the wild card or do you prefer the division? Because sometimes in some formats you get a bye, and in some formats you keep bowling. Personally,
If there's a bye involved, I would rather be the division if there's a bye involved.
because you
But
do
if not-
you do have to wait, but you also have to win one fewer match
Right. Because, I mean, back...
to get to where you ultimately want to be.
Oh, yeah. Well, back in the day, I mean, you used to only have 5 people that would make it. You remember those days,
Yes.
you know, where you actually had a ladder to go.
Because I had a scenario where that hurt me. I won my division one time at Pinland. I was 5-0, and I actually went against Swami, and I had sat for probably about an hour and 15 minutes. I mean, I threw a couple warm-ups, but it's not the same as competing. And I came out the first match in the bracket after that bye, and I had completely nothing. It was just
you
gone.
sit so long, it's like, you know...
It was totally gone. That was a lesson that I had to learn.
Yeah, and that's what used to make it so hard when you had the Pro Tours way back.
And of course,
I don't
Swami.
remember when they started the brackets exactly, but before that, you would after your division play, you only had 5 people that made it.
Oh yeah.
Maybe 6 if they took a wild card, and that's if they had 5 divisions. You know, and it just, you get into them top 1 or 2 seeds. Get them top 1 or 2 seeds, and you're sitting there for a while because you got 3 or 4 matches that got to go before you.
Yes.
And that's a lot. And
That
I've
was
seen
different.
it
It was
hurt a lot
different
of
back
people.
then. Yes.
Yeah, I've seen it hurt a lot of people by doing that.
Well, like in our match, Swami, you know, 193 years old. Love you, Swami. He jumped me, man. He jumped me. He was the wild card. He came out against me firing, and I come out, you know, ripped the middle, chased the hole, and it just wasn't. I cruised that entire day, and it just was not the same.
Yeah.
You know.
It's definitely different.
Hit him 135 the last game.
Did he win?
Yeah, it's definitely different. But there you go. Now Brandon got his first 2 wins.
Hey, first 2 wins in
First 2
Brandon's
Sunday wins.
Brandon's Sunday career. 2 and 3 today, so gets a little better every time. Well over his average for the tournament. So I'm gonna give my son a little love one here.
But yeah, it was a lot of good bowling today.
Probably pretty
Looks like
soon.
you got
Probably pretty soon. I'm gonna finish up on this and then I'll.
maybe another division, maybe 2 waiting to finish up, but for the most part, it looks like we're kind of set.
Well, we have some downtime. Nick provided a link on there that if you want to donate, to this, you know, this helps buy cameras and other neat gadgets to help you view this.
Keep talking. You guys want me to go on break?
Yeah, let's go on a little break. There's a lot of downtime right now. Anyway, we're going to go on a break here.
We'll take a break for a little while, folks.
For
We'll be
finishing
right
up,
back with you.
we'll be back.
We'll be back. So got a couple lanes still going.
But I can tell stories all day long.
Let you guys move around. See what else is happening around here. All right. You get out that side. You need to get out that side. All right. So I'm going to put on the break music, and we'll be back in, I'd guess, 15, 20 minutes.
realize there's a cross brace in the middle there.
All right, mic is on. Where's the transition button? There's the transition button. Go out of studio mode. I don't think we're in divisional games anymore, so we'll go ahead and change that.
Yeah, he gets a choice.
If
Yes.
he wants to finish second, he starts.
No, you start on, or no. Yeah, if he wants to finish second,
Yes,
he
go
starts
for it.
on the left lane.
He'll just bowl one to start.
Sounds good. All right, and I
Take
think
that Y off Haley Brown. It's only.
you're right. Okay,
Here we go.
move out of your way. I'll hit record. And you guys are good.
Here we go. Go get warm, Dave. My day is over. The day of David Hughes is not. But here's that familiar voice you hopefully haven't grown tired of.
Oh, but you had 2 days this weekend.
Yeah. Pretty rare for me lately that I can.
And 2 days of active bowling, not just 2 days.
Oh, I'm always here 2 days, but the fact that I got to bowl both days is, it's a change. And the fact that I almost made it out of my division. I gave it a good run. That's going to be 9 out for Buddy. This is round of 18, so we get 1 match here, 1 match down on 9 and 10, then it goes down to the final 16.
We were able to watch Haley a lot. She picked up steam as it went along after a slow start.
I was on the flip side that I started out well and then hit the brakes in the middle. Couldn't close a match out. Unlucky there. Actually couldn't close out 2 matches in a row. Haley's gonna go for it, takes 7. So, slow start for both of them.
This is a little change for all the bowlers because you go from all the bowlers on the lanes and all of a sudden it's just you
Now
against your
and
opponent.
it's quiet.
It's quiet and then you're going up there twice at a time. Sometimes it takes a time through to get adjusted
Right.
to that.
Yeah, it was.
You got it all.
Nice shot, Haley.
A terrific shot there by Haley.
167 off the wall. And we are now, of course, at win and move on, losing go home territory. Not able to lose the rest of the day. You lose, you are out. Second frame for Buddy. Great ball, great result.
We had two buddies qualify. Doesn't happen too often, you would imagine.
Buddy Turner as well. He's always around on Sunday.
Yes.
It is very, very rare that he does not make a cut.
Everybody gets a check though at this point, win or lose. You get a check to go home with.
For sure.
I posted the bracket.
Thank you. Kids on us?
Yes.
Lovely.
17, 18.
Oh, we'll get that one for sure. We'll get Mr. Duckpins Forever on the other side of the camera. Light hit for Buddy there, leaves the 4-8. Wow, really dove at the end.
That chip off.
We'll say over the last few years, this lane surface here has started to break in. It's still, the lanes are still pretty straight, but that ball a few years ago would have held line.
That would have held, yeah.
This is a harder synthetic surface than most, and it's brand new, so it's very smooth. I think it's maybe 4 or 5 years old now at this point, but in the duckpin world, anything that's 4 or 5 years old is very new.
It's still new, yes.
8 on for Haley, gives her 25 after 2, down 3.
We mentioned on the telecast a little while ago, the work they've done here between Cavo and Kevin Burke and
Paul Prestiani as well. I believe Mike Davidson's been in here at some points.
The scoring's really improved. What they've done to the decks, the height of the decks.
Sure. And it's lane cleaning. It's keeping the lanes clean, the decks clean. I know firsthand from having to do all the work that there is a lot that goes into it, especially across 26 lanes.
And you've seen both sides of it, the wood side, and now that you're working, when
Sure.
you're working now the wood side
Great
and
ball.
the synthetic.
Solid 10 for Haley. Yeah, wood is something that at some places we're not going to see very much longer. It's a unique surface. It's unique. No two wood lanes are ever going to be the same. Turn. Nice shot.
And holds.
45 plus in the fourth for Haley Brown.
You see, that's staying underneath the ball right there. That's what caused that ball to hold right there. You come around that just a tad, you're going to miss that shot.
But he cuts out the 3-9. That's one of the challenges of these games is, the tournament as itself is a marathon, but each game in itself, especially these bracket games, are like a sprint, and you're just trying to minimize the mistakes.
Oh yeah, your mindset just changes quickly from the marathon mentality. Now you have to make shots.
Right, and you do have to, get started quickly, and you've got to get the marks on the board. You can't avoid mistakes, but at the same time, you also can't press too hard if you get behind. That's a mistake maybe I made a few times. I actually maybe relaxed a little bit when I was ahead today. 7 out for Buddy's a tie game, 45 each. Haley is up a hit. Again, this is, for those of you just joining, I see a few of you have been coming back now. This is round of 18. There's only 2 matches going on right now, but after this we'll have a final bracket of 16, and it sounds like we're going to be able to cover David Hughes' next game. I believe he's against John D'Antonis. That should be a good match. One, 2, 4 for Buddy. Oh, it's good.
Oh.
Roll. Wow.
Similar to the shot that he had before. It
Similar
kind of
to
went
4-8.
around a little bit.
It dove at the end. Wood ball for Buddy. That's got the 4-pin, 10 out for 55 at the half.
Important fill here for Haley for the momentum of the game.
Should be 55 in the fifth. Got a scorekeeper error down there in front of us. Spare fill for Haley. Good ball, bad break. 8 off the deck, leaves the 5-7 behind, but 8-pin lead after 4 frames. Look at this shot. Nice try.
He's got a good ball for that shot, too.
It just backs up a hair. So you can kind of throw it at the 5-pin and let it fade off. Shots something like at 7-pin is pretty tough for someone who throws the ball like her, though.
We mentioned it earlier. This is only her second tournament and the second bracket appearance. That's pretty good to your first 2 career tournaments to make it to the brackets.
Yeah, and just starting her first full season of adult bowling. I imagine we'll be seeing her on the Women's Pro Tour a good bit.
Another good ball and a bad result.
This one's even worse, 7-8. So, not the highest scores through 5 frames, but it's close.
This is when you want to kind of fend off that frustration because you knew you threw a couple of good balls. Get your wood.
Right.
It's easy, especially for younger bowlers, to be frustrated there and just kind of throw those 2 pins away.
Right. That's 3 good balls there for 10.
Really good balls there. She stayed focused.
Chances there for Buddy to catch a mark or 2 here and get himself back in this. He's by no means out of this game. Yep, plenty of time. Really just whips it in there late at the end. 4-pin falls last second.
A late takeout.
Let's see if did I get a replay there? Do we have replay ready? Oh, we do have replay ready. There it goes, a last second 4-pin. For the double. Walks left on him, 2-8 only. Here's the fill shot. How many more? Takes a total of 7. So that will tie this game up through 6 frames, 72 apiece. Jim Harding. I don't believe that name is ringing a bell to me as someone who's in the finals. Tough wood ball there from Buddy. 7 out, 79 through 7. So has pulled himself back in this game, but Haley still, I think, in control for the moment. Off the side for 6. 1, 2, 4, 8.
Really, both of these bowlers, the way their ball moves is pretty contrasting. You know, you have Buddy the right to left. Then you have the backup ball for Haley.
Yeah, and it's interesting that they can get the ball to move that much on this surface. I would love to see some other houses how much that ball would be turning it.
Oh yes.
I know Haley grew up bowling at Glen Burnie like I did, so she is fully aware that her ball will turn a lot sometimes. But 9 out gives her a 2-pin lead.
Like we were talking about Buddy Turner, you know what he could do to the ball in this surface. That's amazing. Also.
8th frame.
That's a good ball.
Kicks them both together. Let's
Kicks
get a replay on that one. Flips it out on the lane. See that back up into the 1-3. Take them both together.
Really good follow through on there. Almost reminded me of Lacey Huber on that follow through.
Yeah, it's just the opposite direction with the wrist. Buddy answers. What a pitch.
Wow.
Let's check that one out.
Here.
There you go. We might be in for a shootout here at the end. Buddy playing up the second arrow. Still crosses all the way to the 1-2 pocket. So 91 to 89 after 8. Both bowlers on a strike. Buddy has the chance to act first, going for the double on 19. That's left. Didn't quite give that enough room.
Oh, and that changes the shot.
That does.
But it does give him an extra.
It does give him an extra pin and count. I don't really like either shot.
Particularly for the type of ball that he throws.
Sure. He'll have a good shot at this if he can get it there. That's wide. And that is going to hurt for count. Only 7. $96 through 8 for Buddy. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce that last name. 8 out. 104 through 9. Haley can get up here 2 good boxes and close this match out. For the double. Heavy breaks up with 2 and 1.
She will take that with that heavy hit.
Absolutely.
She'll take that.
I had a few times today where I was able to break that up. I actually did not leave it 2 and 1 today. I broke that up many times, but unfortunately my conversion percentage on that shot was not what it was supposed to be. Let's see if Haley can show me how here. That looks perfect. 20 box for Haley, right on time.
We'll take control here.
7 pins a lead and a hit going into the final box. Haley, even with good count, will put Buddy on a double. Another mark and she can close this match out.
Yeah, the count ball's the big one here.
While we're waiting for that reset, over to our right on lane 1 and lane 0 and lane 27, and just over our right shoulder. That is a touchdown by Kenyon Drake. If you are double fisting the TVs in your house.
Andrea should be moving on.
Against
Greg.
Greg. Burdick. Yeah, Greg Burdick.
There's all for Haley, but an all-important good fill there.
Yes, already Buddy is on a double. She could make this for the shutout. Doesn't quite get it there, too full. Open frame, so Buddy's still a chance, but Haley has made it tough.
Greg actually can still do it with a strike.
Haley takes 10 out. Final score 129. Buddy will need 2 strikes plus 6. This first ball must strike. Must strike on this ball. Has a chance.
Ooh,
Creeps up heavy.
put it there.
2-1, and that is it. Haley Brown is going to move on into the round of 16, and day ends for Buddy. Good ball when he needed it, just a tough break to creep up a little heavy there.
Shoot it. Why not?
Nice shot. Let's show that one again. Perfect
I appreciate that. You know what? Go up there and make your shot, man. You know the match is over.
Textbook conversion of the 2-1.
Go up and make your shot.
You can't throw it much better than that at a 2-1.
You got to appreciate that.
Yep. Let's see if he gets one more victory lap here. Got a chance. Good fill shot. Take them all. Come on.
Good ball, buddy.
9 more.
That's a nice
That match
weekend
definitely
for
heated
Buddy.
up there at the end. Final score 129, 123.
That count proved to be pretty important for Haley. I mean, if she goes 2 there, you know, that's an even match.
Absolutely. And I think
Nice weekend, buddy.
I'm going to get this over to... I can find... Oh, here we go.
That's okay. You can beat him.
Well, you're not going home.
That's fine. Round of 16. We're going to move on to the round of 16. There we go.
You're not going home. That's the important thing.
Yeah, you're going somewhere else to bowl another game.
That's right.
Yeah, it was a good game for both of them, Rob.
You know what's great though? I still have to sub it for tonight.
That's funny.
Rebecca Lloyd has found her way. I think we're going to get 17 and 18 now.
11 and 12, Joe Elliott versus Joey Spears. 15 and 16, Obi Johnson versus Mulligan. On 17 and 18, Davis versus John Jonas. It is not. And 21-22, Mike Hall versus Barry Schreiber. And 23-24, Greg Burdick versus Steve Miller.
Some intrigue.
This should be a good match here. I think Dave's going to give him a good run for his money here.
He's been throwing a hell of a first ball all day.
You go down to 4, I'm going to move this camera.
Sure.
I love this being wireless, by the way.
It looks good. Looks like it's right in front of us.
I think we'll actually have a better angle looking at this pair. But for them, the fact that it looks front and center is perfect. Wireless, isn't it nice?
That is nice.
Love it. Don't have John Green tripping over cables anymore.
More worried about me.
Huh? Harmel?
No.
Right.
You don't want to get caught up like that.
Okay. Yeah, I'll let you slide in here. I'm going to get something to eat.
is some exhausting stuff, isn't it?
It is, man.
People don't realize it's just the mental. Like, you always have to be focused for hours.
What I like about this, it makes you watch the game differently.
It's a whole different perspective when you're trying to analyze everything as like a third party. There you go. Little Duck Pins Forever reference there. Since David himself is the guy behind Duck Pins Forever, let's put the Duck Pins Forever in his name. David D4E Hughes. And what I'm actually going to do, I'm going to move these around because it looks like John is going to lead this game off. While we're in this little intermission period here, they're getting warmed up. We'll be ready to start here in about 2 minutes. If you haven't already, take a check out at that Ko-fi link, that little coffee cup with the heart on it. Click on that link or find it down in the description of the video. That is how we take donations if you appreciate the work that we're doing for the coverage of these Pro Tours and the sport of duck pin. We are very, very close to having enough money to purchase our 4K camera and show duck pin bowling in ultra high definition for the first time ever. Would appreciate it. You guys make that possible. And if a few of you donate, you could be the one to get us there. John D'Antonis starting off the round of 16. Ugly shot. Light hit, leaves a zigzag. 4, 5, 7, 8. Off to our right here on 21-22. If you guys can see that on the far right side of your screen, that is Mark Klingelhofer against Barry Schriefer. Great attempt from John.
Good day.
John starts out with 10. Now, one of the first ever tournament sightings on Duck Pins Forever of the Duck Pins Forever guy himself.
David Hughes.
David Hughes.
Good luck to him. Got a tall order today. His very first appearance on here against the 11-time winner.
Yeah. No, some first ball jitters. What do you think about that? 7-10
ball. Just unfortunate luck.
So no beginner's luck for David.
It'd be good practice on the corners though to set him for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and looking across from a 10 box, that's not the worst thing ever.
Not at all when you're staring down the 7-10.
Nice bit at it.
Shot it correctly. Clean this up. Make it a 9-frame match.
And Dave's got the wood, and it's like the first frame never happened. We are tied at 10.
Excellent. This kind of thing that helps you out early too. Steadies you so you know that you can make both sides of the lane against an opponent that is definitely one that you wouldn't want to see necessarily.
Right.
But gives you the confidence.
I unfortunately had John beat earlier in the division and could not make the spare or the 10 box when I needed it.
Oh man.
Forced me into a roll-off, and I did not win the roll-off.
Right. Oh dang. I didn't hear that was a tie.
Yeah, I tied back-to-back games against Dan I. McClay and John D'Antonis and lost them both.
Oh no, that's rough.
And then won my 5th game, so I actually did not lose a game.
Right.
But I lost 2 roll-offs.
So this is where you would hope that the last frame would come into effect and give you the confidence to hit the sucker.
Sure does.
And he nailed it. Nice shot by Dave. He looks pretty comfortable up there throwing the ball.
Yeah, I assure you, his brain and his heart is probably going 1,000 miles an hour right now. It's a different beast being on the other side of the camera.
For sure.
And John, breaking up parts of the 2-1, ends up with the 3-4. Just right next door to John here on 15 and 16, his son Colby going against Jason Mulkin.
Yeah, they bowled each other the very last game of the divisional round, I think, and Colby beat him.
Wow. Well, this is the one that counts the most.
Exactly.
And John takes wood. 20-20.
Talked to Jason right after that as well, and he said, yeah, Colby beat me last game, and he beat me so bad I get to bowl him again, right here in the bracket. I said, well, it's like the NFL goes, you can sweep your opponent in your division, but if you end up having to bowl them in the playoffs, all those forecasters say, well, it's tough to beat somebody 3 times
Sure.
in the same season, and the same thing could apply twice on a Sunday here.
I do think in regards to Jason and how Jason seems to make a lot of cuts, and he does a lot of brackets and whatnot. I think actually his routinely bowling league at Suitland helps, just because Suitland, you can score well there, but you can't just get away with a bunch of crap.
Right.
It forces you to be good, and I think it actually makes Jason better, especially when he comes to a place like this.
I agree.
He gets the extra breaks he wouldn't have normally otherwise gotten.
I agree. Suitland forces you, it's a fair house, and it forces you to throw a true ball,
right?
Not one that steals money.
You can steal some pins here.
Indeed. I was the victim of his best game, I think, of the day.
David's going to steal some pins.
There you go. Nothing wrong with that.
Right
18.
on.
Nothing wrong with that, 18. I was fortunate enough to build a lead against Jason. In fact, on the same lanes he's bowling on now. 30 pins, I think, in the 6th or 7th. But he ran me down real good. Put on his track shoes and ran me down. 4-bagger, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Oh boy. 2 full for Dave. Frame.
Object pin, no problem with that. Just covered up with the stick.
$38 through 3.
Only one missed object for him. No worries. Bring back next box.
I was just saying in the last match, these are long tournaments, but then once you get to this stage on Sunday, especially in the bracket, each game itself is like a sprint, and I think the key is trying, especially against an 11-time Pop Whitten winner, the key is limiting your mistakes.
Indeed. You want to make sure your error rate is very low.
Right, because if you
don't
start
show any weakness,
you start opening the door here and there with a chop or the miss spare or whatever.
Right.
At some point or another, these veterans of the tour will not let you get away with that.
Right.
They are veterans, and they are legends of the Pro Tours for a reason.
And I think it's fair to say that he really didn't miss anything last time. He hit the object on the second ball just like he did on the first ball there.
Sure.
Just got an unfortunate break. And like you're alluding to, if the top tier bowlers sense weakness, they're going to prey on it for sure.
Yeah. I've seen that firsthand in the Pro League. It's amazing how many times I've missed a single, and then the opposite anchor bowler comes back with a strike. It's amazing how that happens.
Yep.
So David is going to go 2 opens in a row, and that is when somebody like John will smell blood in the water.
Indeed.
I think these kind of situations are where Matt Kruger will just completely take control of games.
Yep.
I was fortunate to bowl him the first game this morning when he was still asleep. I beat him 140 to 110, and he had 19 in the 10th to get to 110.
Yeah. That is where you want to catch people.
Right.
First one out of the gate.
I was 2-0 after Matt Kruger and Bruce Smith. I was feeling great, and then I blew 2 games in a roll-off.
two like automatic Hall of Famers there.
Oh yeah.
Getting through. That's great. That's a great feeling when you get through there 2-0. And like you said, catch them before they're really like juiced up, warmed up.
Well, and additionally, never mind that. I normally start the day sitting right here. Mm-hmm. The fact that I got to throw 5 games today, even win a couple, I'm more than okay with that.
Yep.
I mean, I do. Nice shot by John. I know what could have been. I could definitely be bowling right now. I think I had a very good possibility of being 5-0.
Yep.
But it's chalk it up to experience.
Especially like you said, not losing a game outright, just unfortunate in the roll-offs, I guess.
Yeah,
but wound up on the right side of the cut line this time instead of...
Absolutely. I'm normally on the other side of the line.
Right.
I'm normally underneath. I'm also thinking I had no business being bowling today. I'm thinking I'm out by 7-8 spots. But
and oftentimes that is what frees you up to let loose on a Sunday.
Oh, sure. I knew whatever. I could go 0-5, 550 today. It was all gravy. Back-to-back 9 drops for John.
John with another 19 box, opens up an 11-pin lead. See if he can cover this one on his good side, right down the center.
He had a few good ones right down the center against me. He started out with a spare in his first box, and then cut the 1-5 out for a 12. Oof. But
that's something special too to only get 2 when you hit the head pin.
Absolutely, it's the worst sounding duck pin when you throw it right down the middle of your ear.
Yeah.
It doesn't. It never sounds any better. It never feels any better.
Nope. He covered that one up though. See if David.
Yeah, it's about what you'd expect there. It's 2 pocket hits for 9s. He's drilled them both. Now David's got to answer.
It's all right.
It's always an awkward shot when you hit the side here, or when you hit the side, you get 5. You leave that bread line plus the hanger. It's a.
What do you try to do here? Do you normally try to hit it heavy and take the head pin back?
I try to take the head. I take the head pin back.
Okay.
On that one, he's on the right side. I usually shoot the 1-2 side heavy. And I will throw the heaviest ball I've got. I'll throw a 312 at that every time.
Yep, makes sense. A lot of times for me, I feel like the way I shoot that depends on how the ball looks like it's working that day.
Sure.
There are times where you know that the ball is real strong and you can push that head pin backwards and still make the bread line.
Right.
And other times where you know you're going to have to rely on hitting the bread line but hoping the head pin bounces off the wall and take that back one out, the sleeper.
Now we're going to see now Dave will respond to this pressure. He's now down 12 and a hit, so it's going to need to start putting some marks back on the board. And off the side, not a pretty 6.
No.
1-3-8-9.
It's another one just like the last one where
you've got to judge how your ball's reacting.
Indeed. Just visualize if it's going to push through and carry the 3-9 or if you're going to try to take the head pin off the left wall.
Sure. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Yep. Just pick up one for wood.
Because I know.
We still have a pulse after the next 2 frames.
Now that last shot he had, I'm going to throw my 312 every time. This shot is different because sometimes I can throw my 312, push that back. Other times, if I hit that 1-3 side, it's going to be a lot harder for me to carry that off the wall. Or even to carry the 9 pin out. Sometimes you drive past the 9.
Right. Yeah, that 1-3-9, even without the 8 pin there, can be tricky sometimes.
Sure.
For sure.
It's normally when you're hitting the 1-3, it's an automatic shot, and then every now and again you get gypped, and you get this real confused look on your face as you walk back to pick your 3rd ball up.
The old head scratcher.
See if John opens this game up.
There's another good ball.
A bit of Hall of Fame carry there.
That gives him the
21 pin lead.
Yep.
And he will already be adding to it. Currently the lead 22. He'll take it. Threw the nose at it.
He'd probably say it's a good thing there was a rubber band around.
Tell you what, I want to see his body language here. We're going to watch this one on replay.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he exhaled there a bit.
Yep. It's all right. No harm, no foul there.
Right.
9-1 again.
It's the beauty of a single. It doesn't matter which part of the pin you hit. You just got to hit it.
No backdoor nose. You just got to hit the sucker. Knock it over.
I don't believe Mark Anastasi was here today, but a great Mark Anastasi quote is that singles are 90% mental.
Yeah, I agree with that. I
I mean, especially something like the 5-pin. Like, you've just blown up the pocket.
Of course.
All you got to do is throw the same ball.
Right.
It's the ability to do that.
Right.
And there's a 2-1. 30-pin lead for John.
A little heavy there, but he's not going to complain about that. It was object pin ball. Like you said, he opened up 30 pins there. 4 frames left in the game. Wow.
And when you've got a 30-pin lead, you've got the confidence to go for it. What a
Puts
shot.
stamp on it and sends it over there. No problem.
That is our second in the bracket textbook conversion of a 2-1.
Look at that. That is pretty as a picture there. Clean as a whistle. Nothing out of the pit, nothing off the wall. Just slid it clean.
Right. Buddy had one in his 10th box. He was already eliminated against Haley. He said, why not? I'll slide the 2-1.
Just showing off.
7th frame for David.
All right.
Tidal wave.
All right.
That'll relax you a little
He's
bit.
showing some fight. If he can catch another one here, sort of make this a
Made a
interesting.
little interesting. Tidal wave on the 3-6.
Yep. Get that mixing ball working off the wall there.
Still 30 right now for John. 104.74. Dave's got a chance to double, and I'd say at this point in the match, they might take a double at some point or another.
No doubt.
So might as well get it now.
John looks like he's in the flow state right now. You're going to have to conjure up something
Give him
good.
something to think about.
Exactly.
8th frame on lane 17. Good ball. He liked
Nice
it.
Ball.
Messenger misses the 5.
Can't throw it much better than that. Like we talked about, just throw the same ball, make it.
Right.
Make John get up there and continue to throw well to beat you.
Leaked
There he
it.
goes.
Catches it on the right side.
Nice shot. Nice shot.
So 20 bucks for David. Gives him 94 plus through 8. And well, I wouldn't say that's pressure on John. John knows he's not out of the weeds yet.
Sure.
Riding 5 spares in a row.
Just have to show up a little bit these last couple.
Yep. Got to avoid the mistake.
Right.
Avoid the rip and chase. Avoid the 2 off the side.
Just stay confident.
Right.
Good ball.
Breaks
there.
it up.
I lost to 151 to 136.
Good job, though.
I gave him a run for it.
Good showing. John with the 18 there.
So
that helps his cause for sure.
Yeah, as little as it is, Dave said, well, I pulled 2 pins back, down to 28.
Yeah.
And this is a 2-pinner, and he is a D'Antonis.
Just a hair on the outside. That's not going to hurt him too badly, probably, but
Normally they pick the front one, and I think the reason they joke about it too. Oh, it must be a D'Antonis or whatever. But I really think the reason that he and Colby pick so many 2-pinners is because they're so consistent on the object pin, and they'll nail the front of the object pin, and it's a pick.
For sure.
You know, if he's shooting a single there, that's a great shot. But
of course,
you know that one is different. He hit the outside, but
well, and you saw what he did the frame before. He slid the 246, if I recall.
Right.
And that was a similar type. He slid past the 3-pin on that one, but it's almost like he was shooting the 346, just sort of getting ready for any kind of possible shot the next game.
Foundation 9.
Boy.
Greek Church. Tricky triangle on the left, 4-7-8, and the 6-10. You don't see this too often. I did make the opposite version of this on lane 4 in qualifying Friday night.
I've seen Russ make this on his first ball a number of times. You don't normally get to say Greek Church and duck pins.
Yeah, no, you don't. John heavy on the 4-pin and not done yet.
Yeah,
Dave is gonna need to mark out. If he marks out, he can put John on a mark.
Yes, he can, even without a double. So John with the 9 box there gets him to 130 in the 9th. As you said, David can mark out.
He can 20 box out for 44, which put John on a mark.
Right. So he can still apply the pressure even without a double header.
So he's gonna need. He doesn't need exactly 20 box. He's gonna need high count.
Right.
On each of these first balls.
Yep.
Definitely no opens. Leaked it. And only 6.
All right. If he can somehow make this he can still do the 20 and the 10th, like you said,
which would
put John on 10 to tie.
Yes.
So let's hope he throws a good ball right here.
With that 6 count, this is going to be a must convert.
Indeed.
Off the wall. Oh, great attempt.
Good look at that one.
Just off. This is still going to be an important pin. This is still an important pin.
Right.
But now it does get tougher for Dave. Takes 10 for 110 in the 9th.
So
down
now,
20, he's looking at his double.
Now he can at least throw the triple to put John on 10 to tie.
Yeah.
Double would scare him a little bit.
Yeah, the math is definitely swung in John's favor now.
Right. Even the double might be enough to make John think a little bit. I mean, you know, a guy of his caliber, no problem, 9 or 10 box normally.
Sure.
But, you know.
Well, that's the thing. Not only do you have to throw the double, you got to put a good count in the 12th frame.
Right.
You know, you cut 4 out the front, it's all the double that's not going to matter.
Right.
But
that's when you would say, I wish I had thrown the double a little earlier in the game instead of here in the 10th.
Has to have it. Back door?
Come on back.
It's not going to be.
No, not quite. Still a fine showing by Dave this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely.
Had a great qualifying score yesterday.
Yeah,
made his division today.
9-10 for 6. I would say on behalf of both of us, it's been relieving to be able to bowl on a Sunday. Not that we don't enjoy doing this. We absolutely do.
Of course.
But to give it a try ourselves, you know.
Yep.
Nice.
Yep. And I'm certainly happy to
nice shot, Dave.
Give the seat back to him. It's a great cover right there. Just for the camera, throw a strike here just to make John show up.
Yeah. Well, you never know. You could foul. If he falls over, his nose might go over the line.
Right.
All right, make him show up, Dave. Give me a strike here. That's a good pitch. Drifted left. 122.
It's tough to conjure it sometimes when you know it's already over.
Yeah, it's a strong middle game there from John. 5 marks in a row, 5 spares in a row.
That it is. Still a fine showing. Good bowler of the year point call for him.
Yeah. I tell you what, my performance today, I think this is the most bowler of the year points I've ever gotten in a single day.
Oh yeah?
And I went 3 and 2.
Wow. Now see.
I mean, John goes off the side for the mixed league single.
We call that a nice layup a lot of times. We'll see if he converts the layup though. Otherwise, it's just a 5 on a par 5.
Sure. I will say, you know, some of the houses do have their characteristics. Off the side for the head pin, I'd say could be a definite Parkville characteristic.
There you go.
I've seen that plenty of times. You want to win it. You want to win a team tournament here. Learn how to leave and make that shot.
Right. Let the leakers get that kind of break for you off the side instead of being detrimental.
Yeah, this
like
is if you are a spray and pray bowler. This can be a very good house for you. John is just going to run up the score on Phil's shot.
There he goes.
150 to 122.
Just another step in the stairway to the victory for John.
Andy, what do they?
All right, well, I will thank you for having me here for this game.
Absolutely. Actually, we never even really introduced you, did we? Hold on.
No, you don't have to. I'm nobody important. I just want to.
Here you go. Lean in, Billy.
Nothing to see here.
Right.
Nothing to see here. There's
That's who it is. Backwards.
There it is. Backwards.
One-time star winner, Billy Thomas.
One-time star winner. I was just keeping the seat warm for David as he was bowling his game. I was hoping he would last a little longer and I could keep the seat warm a little longer, but I'm not gonna get in his way. I'm not gonna stay in his way.
I think
you guys are the tag team, Keith Oldman, Dan Patrick duo for the Duckpin sport. That was my favorite when I was growing up. The Big Show, those two guys, and we all appreciate what you guys do for the game.
Yeah, no problem.
Especially promoting it, announcing, you know, all the camera work, all the technical stuff.
Yeah, this is our first pro tour at the wireless.
We just had a meeting with the guy that just won his bracket game against the guy that had the 4-bagger against me.
Second?
Yep.
Right.
Way to
Hideki Matsuyama.
Where's Hideki Paris at?
He's at the beach. He's at the beach.
All right.
Thanks again. I appreciate the hospitality.
Yeah, no problem.
You guys do your thing. Great showing by Dave this weekend.
Yes, sir,
You
Dave.
as well. You as well.
As well.
Thanks, man. Oh, they put the phone in. I ain't getting that.
Oh, all right.
You keep sitting there for a while.
That's all right. I might fall asleep soon.
I'll see Riley didn't show up and you have a phone.
I didn't repent. I didn't go to church this morning. So something bad will happen if I sit there alone.
That wasn't his best throw ever. Second and 10, and Lamar Jackson has just thrown the ball out the stadium.
Like the Michael Vick commercial.
Rob, I'm just seeing your comments now. The reaction here is similar to Mount Airy, but every house does have its slight differences in its characteristics. This is like a synthetic Mount Airy. But yeah, there is
Doesn't score as high.
but there is a lot of there's a lot of similarities in how some of the pins move around, especially some of the lanes here versus some of the lanes at Mount Airy on what breaks you get off the side. And there are some big scores that are put up here as well. We had that nice 232 that I didn't get to witness earlier, but thankfully it was on camera and I get to go back and watch it later. But that is one thing when you have a condition like this, is that when somebody gets locked in, they have the possibility to put up a really big number.
Sit down until he's ready.
I'm not sure who we're going to have here for the quarterfinals. I'm seeing Matt Kruger standing there. I'm not sure who else.
I see Tony Sears still standing around the lane.
Oh, for real?
I don't know where they are.
Do we know? We don't know where.
Mark Klingelhofer here. Can't see Greg's score.
Yeah, that looked like it was close.
Looks like he's got
That might have been
bowling shoes
Greg.
on, so he may still be
I think it
going.
was Greg.
He may have beat Lisa.
They're sweeping some lanes off here. I'm not quite sure why. Maybe to allow a few people to warm up.
All right, next round on 5 and 6.
Sounds like we're getting the lane assignments now. There is an all D'Antonis match coming up here. Colby John, the next chapter in that saga. But if it's close enough to us, we can move our camera there. Of course, we have our wireless setup now, so we can move anywhere in the house. It could be on 1 and 2. And we're behind 19 and 20. We could be 1 and 2, and we could cover it.
No more Chuck Paris tripping over the wire.
No Chuck Paris, no John Green. Yeah, Chuck Paris turned us into a radio broadcast at the end of the Pop Whitten at Southwest.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Let's see what
Just
pair.
knocked the whole thing over.
I don't think they would be on 15 and 16 because Colby was just there.
Yeah, Tom was on 17 and 15. Yeah, I guess they are. 15, 16.
How does that make
They're
sense?
giving Colby the benefit.
15 and 16, Matt Kruger, Joey Sears.
Okay.
11 and 12, Colby and Joey Sears.
Oh,
11
man.
and 12.
5 and 6, 6 Brody versus Preston Omaha.
What do you think, Dave? You want the D'Antonis match?
I mean, you guys have to watch it from there. I'm going to put it on 15, 16. You can't even see it.
I mean, we can see the.
I think
lanes.
we
You
might
can't
be.
really see
Can
the
we make this
approach.
monitor, this part, any bigger? No?
You can see the lanes, you just can't see the approach.
I'll let you guys shoot.
What do you think? Do you want to try to call it off of there?
Honestly, I think if you move it
get the D'Antonis
over
match?
some to get the D'Antonis.
Let's get the D'Antonis.
I think that's what the people would like better.
That's definitely what the people
I swear
Hey Jedi, any way I can borrow that table? Can I borrow that table? Sorry, boss. Your watch is going 110 to 109. Actually, my bad. 88 worse. We could shoot 89. Oh, that's fucked up. What are your
I'm moving the camera a little bit to catch John D'Antonis and Colby matchup here. And I thought that's what the fans would want, and that's what we're going to do. Off to the far right, you'll be able to see Matt Kruger. Oh yeah, you're right there. You're good. And you can see
it's like we're
15,
right there.
16, you can see the pin action there.
No, we're fine.
To see pins.
Everything's fine.
Yeah.
I just need them to keep their giant heads out of the way of the pins, because otherwise I'm not going to know.
That could be a problem, but we'll see what
I'll tell you what, if I see on here that they break a single, I can just listen for the noise. If I just hear I know they hit it. If I hear they missed it.
Yeah, I mean, if John stays like he is right now all game, we'll have a tough time seeing.
Question is, who's going first? Who's the higher seed? My guess is John is the higher seed.
I would think
we're gonna find out here in a second.
I don't know.
Colby's a higher seed?
I say Colby went 4-1 as well. I don't know what John did.
Is Colby going first?
Looks that way.
Yeah, it looks like Colby's going first. All right.
Okay. Selected.
Oh, hey. And we have the D'Antonis battle. And you have to remember, folks, this is our first time trying a match this far away. We are 8 lanes away from where this match is going on. You are watching behind 11 and 12. We are sitting behind lane 19. But our new wireless setup, thank you to all who donated for that. Even though you may not know that's what you were donating for, that's what you got. So we can cover any pair in the house now, not just the ones in front of us.
That's the great thing about what you guys are doing. You know, you guys are doing this and taking the time out of your own day. You guys get money donated. You don't take it for your time.
No, sir.
You guys are sitting there taking all equipment.
A lot of this hardware, I can run ideas by day, but he's the one who actually knows what to buy, how to set it up, stuff like that. You know, people they thank me, and I'm appreciative of that. But I tell people, at the end of the day, I'm just the guy that talks. The actual boots on the ground, buying stuff, setting it up, testing it, pricing it out. That is all Dave.
Yeah. Not everybody is equipped.
But this is my first time working with this, and this is pretty cool. First frame for Colby, way off to our left on lane 11, 5 off the wall. There's a strike, and why not? We'll get a replay. Just your typical 1-3 pocket, yellow and black Comet, 5 off the wall, as cool as you'd like.
Let's see if your old dad can match his son.
First frame for John on lane 12. And another 2-1.
A little heavy for John, but when he was over here 17 and 18 in the last game, John was hitting heavy a lot. It's a lot of pin action.
I think normally, if he's going to pick one or the other, I think his ball being slightly heavy is better. Good bit at it, open frame.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Of course, the other piece of technology here that's been donated for is these nice portable monitors we have so that we can watch this game off the monitors.
Yeah,
we're fine.
These things
this
are great.
We can see it just fine. It's like we're right there.
Yeah. We're watching right in front of us. But we're really watching the screen just like everyone else.
We're watching TV like they're watching TV. We're just the ones that get to talk about it. So 10 apiece. there's like nobody bowling in front of us, which
Yeah,
just
I mean,
makes it even funnier.
Oh yeah, there's 2 matches closer to us than the match we're watching.
Sure. 5-7 split for John. 2 splits in a row to start the game. And that's the light hit there for John. You see he breaks 8, and there's no mix there. It's just 8 pins straight back. Good bid at it, open frame.
Yeah, John's been just plugging along all day.
Slides by again for 18, so early chance for his son. I don't know the overall count on the series between John and Colby, but I believe John does have the advantage by a few. So Colby be looking to pull one back today. I know in title matches, John has the advantage, but I think overall there is still a slight advantage towards John.
Yeah, either one of them.
Colby's looking to change that, though. Colby's got the opening double. We're going to watch this one again. This ball was even better than the first one. Or maybe not. It was a little heavy, but...
A little heavy, yeah.
That's
taking a bit out of his dad's rule book on that one.
Yeah, that's the modern power game, though, that Colby just executes perfectly. So, early double. Huge lead. He's only thrown 2 balls. But we'll see if he can add to it here for a 3rd strike.
Looks good.
Solid 5. Great 29 in the first.
Comes out to
19 pin lead after 1 frame.
Step up to 5 there. Same pitch will make that.
That's the tough mental part about this game, being able to throw that same pitch again. But Colby, dream start. Dad has 18 for 2, and Colby is 59 plus after the 3rd.
Yeah, throwing the identical ball back to back. That's probably the hardest thing you could ever do.
Yeah, it's a matter of not rushing the process and trying to keep everything consistent with your release. 3rd frame for John, breaks up the split that time, just the 7 pin.
John throws a lot of strikes, but he leaves a lot of singles too. I've always noticed that.
And while you'll see differences in strike potential or whatever, the thing that makes all these multi-time Pro Tour winners great is they are lights out spare shooters.
Oh yeah.
You have to be.
Yeah, it's a spare game.
That's in the Pro Tour, that's in duck pin in general. If you want to be successful, you've got to be able to shoot your spares.
Of course, anybody over 125 average shoots a lot of spares.
Yes, and needs to make more than half of them.
Oh yeah.
And events like these against some of the people that you see, Matt Kruger, Will Brooks, Joey Sears, Johnny Antonis, Colby DeAntonis, people like them, you miss spares, they're going to leave you in the dust.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to be A-plus game when you're bowling against them.
I mean, we saw at the Southwest Pop Whitten, the Masters to end the last Pop Whitten season in August, that Matt Kruger ended a match after 5 balls.
Yeah,
he had a double 9 spare strike against Norm Gifford, and that game was over.
Yeah, there's no coming back from that. I don't care who you are. Matt Kruger himself couldn't have came back from that.
Right. And tough count for John, only 2. Cuts out the 2-8, and he is an even 30, even with his box after 3. Down 29 and a hit. And does not convert, open frame. John takes 10 out for an even 40. Colby with 2 good frames here could try to wrap this game up early.
Yeah, he very well could. Colby puts a couple marks up here, and John's going to be in a deep hole. And there's the pitch right there.
Bang, bang. You want to watch that one again?
The Colby DeAntonis
I say we watch it again. And no, folks, this is not a replay of the first strike or the second strike.
Oh, this is
but just
third out of 4 frames.
just a carbon copy. That time in the 1-2 pocket. So Colby up 39 and a hit after 4.
You know, I remember watching.
You can't be in a much better spot than that.
I remember watching Colby when he was growing up, Southwest in the morning leagues, and even then you knew that he was going to win Pro Tours.
Sure.
Not because he was a Dan's owner, but even at 11, 12 years old, I've never seen another kid hit the head pin more than he did.
Yeah, that amount of consistency at that age is just incredible.
Yeah.
Colby no sir on the Dave Jones shot, but a nice 7 count. He'll be in the mid-90s after 5. Takes 10 out. 96 half for Colby.
Right on his way for a 192 there.
Yeah, dream start. John does have to answer, and that is not going to help. 7-10 split. We have yet to have a 7-10 converted on Duckpins Forever for a spare. Kevin Burke converted one for a 10 box after leaving the 5-7-10. Hit the 5, then made the 7-10.
At Mount Airy, wasn't it?
At Mount Airy, yes sir. In the match play. And he immediately put his hands up and turned at the camera like, please tell me that was on camera. But John hoping to go 1-1 here, he does. 96 to 50.
46 pin lead.
I don't think this is how we imagine this one going.
No, I imagined it being a lot closer than this. I would have said under 10.
Now, the thing is, John is still Colby's father, so if Colby can do it in 5 frames, John can do it in 5.
Oh, definitely.
But is going to very quickly run out of frames. And even if John marks out, that still might not be enough.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, he was down quite a bit against Bernie in the finals, wasn't he? And then he came back pretty good.
Nowhere near this much.
No, I don't think it was this, but maybe like 25 or so. Maybe.
Yeah. I think there was one point 15, 18, somewhere around there. I don't remember the exact numbers, although I can tell you the finish of that match I will never forget.
No, I don't think anyone who watched it will.
That is one of the greatest matches in recent years.
Yeah.
And John gets on the board.
I'm not saying you can't do it.
Unfortunately for John, he is already in must-mark territory. See if Colby can cover up here in the 6th frame, and of course he does. Solid 5. If his previous balls this game are any indication, I imagine he will make this.
I could imagine the 5-pin being his favorite pin.
I wouldn't say there's many singles he's bad on. He just kind of hits them all, including that one. 106 to 60. So the lead still 46 pins for Colby D. 4 frames to go. Colby just needs to stay upright and put his dad on a 4 or 5 bagger. Brian, thank you. I almost forgot about that. Colby did shoot 94 flat on Wednesday. Or was it 93? 93, I think. And he picked a 3-pinner in the 10th for his team to lose the game. They actually still had a chance in that game. Open frame, misses the 5-pinner.
This weekend, then.
Right. He was also in the final of the Survivors. Or no, he was actually out of the Survivor. So, the game actually didn't hurt him side pot wise, but hurt his team. 121 through 7. Colby. I hope I have that correct, because I can't check the telescore, because that's like way down there under a beam. But that's the score I'm going with. Spare fill for John off the side. How many? Take 7. Have to look real closely to make sure there's not a hanger back there.
That's the same thing I just did.
136 for John, and he's gonna cherry the 3 open frame. I could also see from the extreme angle here. No, we're on 11 and 12.
Oh, the length. Oh.
That was 9 out for John, right?
That would be a little too hard for my eyes.
No, it was 10 out. 10 out. I almost gypped John a pin there. 10 out. Had to use replay to figure out.
John coming back. He's in strike territory now.
Hey, ding, ding. Lost ding, ding. Here we go. Strike for John. He is, after all, Colby's father. Hit him thin, watch him spin. Not that it's going to matter. I think this game is over. 44 pins is hard to bring back in 3 frames unless Colby falls off a cliff. And solid 5.
Go figure that one.
Even
Another single for Colby.
Even 10 boxes right now are fine for Colby.
Yeah. Yeah, John's got a lot of work to do.
It will need multiple strikes
to try to make it close. Colby is making another spare. It's not making it any easier for him, that's for sure.
Yeah, he basically said instead of 3 frames, now you got 2.
Or you better 4-bagger out in order to beat me.
I can count on 1/5 the amount of people I know that have brought back 44 pins in 2 frames and 0. Normally that just doesn't happen.
Yeah, that's a very hard comeback.
Yeah, especially when Colby's going to catch a break like that on a tidal wave strike, a poo ball. 151 plus through 9. I might be too late here for the replay. Yeah, I am. But that was a sloppy ball.
And John coming up.
John can max out at 167 with 4 more strikes. That would put Colby on a 9 count.
17 between his count and his frame.
Yeah, he would need an 8 on 9 out. And John's through the middle, and this game is over. This is an absolute runaway. Colby pulling one back on his dad. I'll have to ask one of them for what the total lifetime win-loss record is, but I believe it will still be advantage Dad.
Yeah, I kind of feel like it's only a couple of wins.
It's getting closer. It's not a runaway, no. 8 on for John.
Not with either one of these two. And this isn't the last time you'll see these two going head-to-head.
Absolutely not. There will be at some point again in the future. Oh boy. Got a little aggressive there with my fingers. There will be at some point or another where they're going for a star again. Not even just a match in general. There will be a match for the star.
They're not done.
Yeah, ding ding.
There's a strike for John.
John DeAntonis with a strike in the 10th frame has activated the endless 10.
And he's going to need about 6 more.
Just to put Colby on account.
Yes.
Just to put Colby on account. It's gonna be a tall order.
Looks like Joey Sears is down 10 pins and a hit. Matt Kruger.
Well, that's close.
Almost close from here. I can't see Walt.
Walt has advanced.
24.
Yeah, he advanced.
Yeah, Walt's good. Down there, I'm not even gonna attempt it.
And John goes 19 in the 10th for a 123. Colby, I didn't pay attention to this. Colby could throw 2 more strikes and break 9 for a 200. Has to have this one though. Not quite. Messenger just missing the 7th pin. I want to see that again. That looked real close. How close was that to the 7? Very close. Just off the back edge of the deck before it could get there. As you'd expect, Colby's got it dead in the face. 171 and a ball to go. I would say this is probably the largest margin of victory in the history of the father-son matchup.
Between them two, yeah. I kind of feel like no matter what he counts, it's definitely going to be.
Correct. Count. Oh, now they're going to go. And an absolute beatdown.
And had that 7-pin fell, he would have had a very good shot.
Very good shot at 200. It would have needed a 9 count, but 181 to 123. Colby D'Antonis by 58 over his father. Wow. Good news is I believe Colby has recently bought his own car. Not sure if they carpool today. Hey,
Well,
Colby, take it easy.
know
That's your own father.
It could also be a quiet ride home.
Is that the largest market?
And that's it for that one. We're just waiting to get set up here for the next match. And we've got Joey Sears with 109 in the ninth. And Matt Kruger, if he holds 10, he will have 128. 129. So 129 for Matt Kruger. In the ninth, he's up by 20. Joey throws a strike that'll force him to get 10.
You have the score?
Yeah, I just read it off
Yes,
to
it's
everybody.
129, 109 is what I see.
Yeah.
So Matt is up 20.
Matt holds 10 here. He will force Joey to throw a triple in the 10th to tie.
Yeah, mark it. It's a shutout. And 2-7.
Worst case scenario here, Matt holds 10. And he still puts Joey on a triple.
Right. I don't think Matt is going to quite yet panic if he doesn't make this shot, but
no.
We'd definitely like to get at least one here. To just have to shoot a single on the wood ball.
The baby split is not as easy as everybody thinks it is.
But that is Matt Kruger. He'll make it.
This is true.
Which he's supposed to do, and then he's going to keep his toes behind the line and this ball on the lane. And he's going to bowl in the semis, and what do you want to bet? That he might be bowling...
Walt or Colby?
Maybe? I might be against Walt.
Well, Walt's top seed, but I don't know who low seed is that's left.
Well, Walt has just put his name in.
Oh, okay, so he's definitely here.
Yep, and Matt holds a count of 8 for a final score of 147. The most Joey can shoot is 139. Don't go anywhere, folks. Joey's going to finish out here. I'm going to move the camera over for the semifinal. It is going to be Walt Brooks, Matt Kruger. That is the first time we've seen either of them today in the bracket. So we're in the semifinals and no repeats. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, they were both down the other end today.
Oh, we haven't seen either of them on camera.
Well, Walt was
in the division.
Walt was kind of back and forth, but I don't think we saw him directly.
Got it.
If we did, it was very early this morning.
I believe Joey has just thrown his final ball. You hold the fort down above the camera.
Have a 126. So Matt's 147. So Matt will advance to bowl Walt Brooks. And it looks like we're going to have Colby D'Antonis. And I'm not sure who his opponent is going to be yet. They were bowling down the other end of the bowling alley. Yep, you're right in the middle. You're good. Just setting the camera up here for Walt and Matt. And this here has the potential to be. It has every potential to be just as great as the match for the start, as the final match. Walt Brooks and Matt Kruger, you would expect that to be the caliber match of a final.
For sure. This is obviously final caliber. We'll say it looks like we've had a rock solid internet connection all day.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. And see, we're up right around.
Right around 100.
I said earlier, told Chuck we wanted to get to 100 before the final match. So
And
we're
you see,
kinda
it
close.
gets there. You see over time, it does pick up throughout the day. The one thing I was very impressed with when we were covering the qualifying at Mount Airy, that we were getting around 100 people for qualifying. Or routinely getting close to it.
Colby and Mark Klingelhoff.
So it is an absolute.
And they're both on this side of the lanes.
So there will be no first-time star winner today.
No. Not at all. There was, I think, one left as of last match.
I don't even think there's going to be a second-time star winner. No, because Colby has 2, Mark has 5, Walt has 11, and Matt Kruger has. What are we up to now? 5? 4?
4, I believe, because he's got the.
I thought it was 5. No?
The one is in the other.
No, it is 4. Yeah. No, hold on. It is 5. No, 4. 4. We're gonna call it 4, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Sorry. Turn around, man. I'll look at it now. 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's 4.
It's
Okay.
like 4.
He's going for 5. Maybe I'm trying to hand him the star today. That's what I'm trying to do.
He's gonna hope that you're right in predicting that.
Thanks for the today, guys.
Hey, that was fantastic. You see what we were able to do there? That camera was all the way down on 11 and 12 for the John and Colby match.
What was it?
Yeah, we stayed
It's
here,
wireless
but
now, so we can move it wherever we need to.
11 and
11 and
12 on the
12.
table?
Oh, behind the back.
Yeah,
Okay.
on the table.
It's very cool.
And we have the monitor here, so we can just watch it off the monitor. We couldn't even, like, it could be on 1 and 2 for all we care.
That's awesome.
Yeah. That was not the cheapest upgrade ever, but that's super handy to have. Because we could also down in the future have a camera down lane.
Yeah, for sure.
And have it come back to here.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
You kind of shuffled around too, you know, like everybody wants to watch John and Colby.
Right.
Just a family rivalry.
But before, we wouldn't have been able to do that with the cable. We don't have to. We don't have
Then you got to
to.
worry about people tripping over the wire.
John Green,
Done that a
Chuck
couple
Paris. Yeah. We don't. Also, we don't have to beg the Pro Tour anymore to put certain matches in certain spots.
Who was it at Southwest? I think it was Southwest. Somebody hit it like 4 times in about 1 game. Was that John Green?
Probably. So Chuck Paris, after you won, Chuck Paris kicked the cable and unplugged it, and it froze the picture. Thankfully, after the match finished. Opening frame for ball, good ball for the 4-7, and dead in the nuts. Sparing the first for Walt.
I don't predict there's going to be many opens for this match.
You wouldn't think. I mean, we would have also thought that
statistically.
We also would have thought the last game would have been back and forth, and it was anything but that.
That's very true.
It was back and no forth.
Yeah, no, Dad got no love on that one.
No. I mean, after all, it's just a game, right?
It is. Until the car ride home.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the Matt Kruger we know and love. Let's watch that one again, because I still have never grown tired of watching this guy's first ball. I mean, just ahead. I think the 3-pin there got sent into orbit.
Yeah, it's something about that Matt Kruger's putting a spin on the ball, and it just. He doesn't even throw it super hard. He's got all that spin. And he's so accurate.
That 3-pin, I believe, was it landed upstairs in the Wingstop trash can.
That's stepping up to second ball, first one in the second frame.
Doesn't carry the 7 this time. Another great ball though. Very seldom. Never mind the pocket, but very seldom that in these head-to-head matches that Matt even misses the head pin. You don't see him miss object pins very often.
Yeah, no, you can definitely count that on one hand on all of the times that he's been filled.
Correct. And as you'd expect, he's got the single. So 20 box to start, and early pressure on Walt.
Yeah, I mean, I remember a time, this was before you were even bowling adults, way before that.
Or maybe before I was even
alive. That was 116 average.
Yeah.
15 years ago. And then I come back to bowling 12 years later. And
I would say if you had to vote right now on the bowler of the 2020s, it would have to be Matt.
Yeah.
I don't see it. I don't see it being anyone else.
No doubt. There you go.
So nice 9 count for Walt. Good ball for the 4-pin.
Matt Kruger is definitely the bowler of this decade so far.
So far, absolutely. But Walt is still a Hall of Famer, though, so he's going to give him a run for his money.
Walt's never out of the game, that's for sure.
Yeah. And again, Walt is not, at least anymore, he's not the I'm going to rip the cover off the ball, throw it 8,000 miles an hour, and wedge pins in the ceiling. But Walt still mixes pins, he makes his spares, and it's just, again, he's always around. He's like a Buddy Turner. He always is making cuts. He's always bowling well.
Yeah, I mean, it's about the accuracy at that point.
Right.
That's all it is.
And being able to steal 8 off the side every now and again.
I mean,
that always helps.
He missed the head pin there, but he doesn't miss very often. And even when he does like that, he leaves a break.
Right. You will see some days, not every day, that some of these better bowlers will rip the middle a lot. And again, I think that's a product of being so accurate on the object pin. Kind of bites him in the butt. And Walt, off his object pin there, open frame.
Yeah, that's the bad thing. When you're so accurate and you rip the middle, there's nothing you can do to fix it.
Sure, it's tough. It's always a tough break, and it's a tough adjustment to make too, because you know you threw it well.
You're on the object pin. You're just too much on the object.
Right. So 47 in the third for Walt Brooks, and Matt stepping up with 30 plus after 2. Throwing his spare fill on lane 18. And the worst sounding duck pin, the 1-5 only. And unexpected there, but a 5-pin lead for Walt Brooks, 37-32.
That can definitely go with Matt's ball, though.
Yeah, he sprays pins everywhere. Come on, what an attempt. I need a replay on that. That was almost the 1-5 missing. Slid clean, almost.
Yeah, that was probably the cleanest I've ever seen those pins go.
That's an incredible effort for 10. I've made that shot before, but I've never slid it clean like that. That was incredible. 47-42. Down 5. Matt throwing his trusty set of half and half comets. You got 2 pink and black. Got the green and black up there as well.
Yeah, those balls are really working this weekend for him.
Although I don't think it's down to the balls. I think it's down to the bowler.
Yeah.
And when you catch a break like that, that's always nice. 7-pin falls out of the gutter. Pin rattling around off the rubber, kicks it out. And a nice bounce back shot after that 1-5 rip. 52 plus through 4.
Yeah, he's still in the game. He's fighting back. He's only down 5.
Walt leaks it and catches a break. Leaves a tricky triangle, 4-7-8. On YouTube, Duck Pins Forever. Looks good. That is why they call it the tricky triangle. 4-pin only open frame. Wood ball takes the 7-4, 9 out, 56 in the 4th.
Well,
Similar to picking a 2-pinner.
Yes.
Tough that you know you threw it well. You're right on the object pin, but you just can't bring it in. Triangle is even tougher because there are even more ways to miss the triangle than there are on a 2-pinner. You can hit 2 pins out of the triangle and miss.
I've seen, all these years I've been bowling, I've seen the tricky triangle missed probably about 50 different ways.
Oh, sure.
Like
Oh, hello. 6-pin tried to slide towards the 4. Eventually it fell down just a single for Walt. I mean, very rarely you'll see even someone take the back 2. You'll see someone take the 7-8 and leave the 4. You'll see a bunch of strange stuff.
I mean, I've watched it one time. Somebody hit the 7 into the pit and it popped out. Hits the 8.
Well, dead on the 4-pin again. This time just a single, thankfully. So spare on the board, 66 plus at the half. Chance for Matt Kruger though. As Wolf just said, double up. Matt does have a chance to throw the double.
Earlier with Mike Manns when he threw his 200 game. I got a feeling that Matt's going to touch a second right here. He's just got that look in his eye, and he's not going away.
I'll put it this way: it wouldn't surprise me. Heavy, 2-6. Over on 23-24, the other semifinal. Colby has a 13-pin lead over Mark Klingelhofer, 59-46. And Colby 10-boxed in the 5th for 69.
And that's shooting it.
9 count for Matt.
Holds his wood, and Matt will be up.
10 out.
71 for Matt.
Up 5, down a hit.
I'm walking around. I see that we have over 100 viewers right now.
Heck yeah.
Thanks everyone tuning in.
Very well.
I think during the quarterfinal we got to 100-3 when Billy Thomas was on here. So Billy killed it for that game. He did great. Who knows he had that in him. I know another good one too from the Duckpin TV times that they were down here is Billy Koontz.
Yes. Yes, I do remember it.
6th frame for Matt. You betcha.
There it is.
Let's watch it again. And this is where these power players can really light it up, is when they can carry this hit. That's in the pocket, but it's definitely heavy, and to be able to carry that hit to be a strike instead of a 9 spare is just huge.
Especially when you're bowling Walt Brook.
Oh, for sure.
When you're bowling somebody of this caliber, it's just you have to get every single break you leave, or
spare fill for Walt, a solid 8 off the deck, 6-10.
Or get all the luck, as some people say. But
so after 5 frames, halfway through, Walt had 74-71.
Walt needs to make this to keep pace.
Heavy again, open frame. So it's been a back and forth here of who has the lead. It looks like Matt will have the lead after 6. Actually, the lead has flip-flopped since the beginning of this game. It's going back and forth. 83-81 plus. 4 frames to go.
It actually has flip-flopped every other frame except for the last 2 until Matt gets his count.
Sure. Walt stepping up now on lane 17 for his 7th frame while waiting on that reset. Over on 23-24, Colby is up now 5, 79-74 over Mark Klingelhofer. That's after 6 frames. 7th frame for Walt. Off the side, how many? Watch out. Watch out. 4-pin.
Colby just missed a single over there.
Missed another single. He's missed 3 this game. At least 3.
89 in the 7th.
Bermuda Triangle's a good name for it too, besides Tricky Triangle. Walt nails the 4-pin again. Again, no triangle this time. Spare in the 7th, 93 plus. Amanda, the other good term I've heard for it, I believe this was a Matt Kruger term, if I'm not wrong, is the 50-50 shot. That is a 50% chance when you hit the object that you make it, 50% chance you miss it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of names, but
oh sure,
that probably
Matt Kruger for the double. You betcha. Oh my.
I just called it 2 frames early, folks. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, you're in the ballpark.
I seen it coming.
Folks, this is perfection. You want to know what perfection looks like in the duckpin game? That's it. Double for Kruger. wait for that ball to come back. I don't blame him. If you've thrown it that good, I'd wait for that to come back.
I'd wait all day. For that ball, I would definitely wait. That comment has done so many great things for Matt.
Right.
And it's not even the ball. It's
right.
But the ball gets the credit.
And for all I know, maybe it could be the ball. Maybe I'd become 150 average if I, throw that set. But
let's go borrow it.
I'd hate to know what that would cost to get it off of his hands. How many thousands of dollars he's won with those balls?
Yeah.
And rough count on the double, only 5, but a spare break. 25 box puts him up 13, 96-83 after 6. Sorry, 13, up 13, 96-83. Colby now up 6 against Mark. And Matt drills the 5-pinner. 126 plus in the 8th.
Ball strikes here, he's still down 13.
Colby has just slammed 10 for a strike in the 8th frame. That will put him up 7 and a hit. Spare fill for Walt on 18 in the 8th frame. It's 2.
Well, I'm starting to get frustrated, and honestly, I don't blame him.
He's down 21 now. And he's going to be down a hit as well. Open frame. It's unfortunate. We can't quite see that on camera. John running down there for the Deadwood. Well, hits 7-pin for his 10 box. Score is 120.
Strike, and Dad's going to run down and clear it for him.
Yeah, 126 plus to 105. Walt down 21 in a hit with 2 frames to go. This is.
Congratulate you on making a cut.
Yes, sir.
Nice ball this weekend, sir.
Thank you. And this is going to be must mark here for Walt. Got to make this to have any chance. 1-2-4.
I don't see a comeback once Matt threw that double, but you never know. You can never count Walt out until.
Oh sure, I'm just talking mathematically. He would have had to have made this, and he did not.
No.
Open frame.
Definitely had to have that shot.
So once again, Matt Kruger is going to be going for a star on Duck Pins Forever. How many times has that happened now? What are we up to? I think this is like his 6th time now. I think there was one he lost.
Yeah.
Right. So this is going to be, I think, his 6th time on Duck Pins Forever bowling for a star.
I believe that.
Someone do the research on that. It's either 5 or 6. Oh, John's saying he has 5 stars. 1 is not on his shirt. I thought he won 4 stars and had 1 before that. Good.
He won a
no, I think there is a star missing from his shirt.
Okay.
I hope someone around here could probably clear me up on that. But if Matt gets this spare here, mathematically the game is over. Pretty much it is over anyway. He has actually missed the single.
Yes.
Even though the game is in hand, you can tell he's not happy about that.
If he holds this stick, Walt throws the triple, and Matt just has to keep it on the way.
Right. I mean, the game is over. Matt has moved on. But either way, he does not like missing stuff like that.
I can't see what Mark does.
Mark has just drilled 9 off the deck.
Threw
a solid 9.
9.5.
Yeah. Mark has 92 in the 8th. Colby has 107 in the 8th. And then 116 in the 9th. So Mark not out of it yet. Good. Bye.
Just for a little assurance.
Just a warm-up pitch. It is just a casual warm-up pitch for the final match. Look at this ball. Just incredible.
So smooth. And once it hits them pins, they just blow up.
And it's unique. It's a unique release too. I mean, you can watch the colors on the ball with the way they spin. It's very on the side of the ball, but the way that he throws it, it makes his pins very well. See if he does it again. Oh, heavy that time. He is going to be in the 160s though. Fair fill for Klingelhofer on 23. Dropped how many?
9 or 10.
I think 9.
10.
He dropped all 10. Wow, he struck. 164 for Matt Kruger.
And we're just waiting to see who his opponent is at the moment.
Ball off the side for the 3-9. And we're going to have one more ball here for Walt.
Mark has been in a lot of championship matches himself.
Oh, sure, yes. All right, your final score here, 164 to 125. Matt Kruger going to bowl for either Pop Whitten Star 5 or 6.
There's at least a 5-10 up there.
Tell me what he left, Dave. Tell me what he finished with. Tell me what he finishes with.
Mark and 6. All right, so Colby needs a mark and 6 here. Mark and 6 to win it for Colby. He gets up, gets a good shot on it.
9-10 split.
Colby's gonna have to make this and just hit one and hope that you make them both. Well, I think Colby missed a couple singles that game also. So they both missed it. Both Mark and Colby both missed 3 singles that game. But you know, Colby may have lost that match, but he beat Dad. He won the one that mattered. Bowling against dear old Dad, took him out. We're trying to clear out because Matt's got 4 stars on his shirt. We're saying John Green's saying 5.
He won one at Merit. I don't think he's won one at Merit.
That's
because the last 2 Merit winners were Colton View and Xander Beto.
right.
So
that's what I thought too. Unless it was the purple.
No, because he didn't have. I don't think he had a star before that. I don't think he had a star before this year.
Well, no, but I'm saying, didn't he win the Duck Pin Association?
Yeah, he won one of those Pro Tour stops. I'm trying to remember. I don't remember which one. I think it was Finland.
Maybe. Okay. Yeah, well, you know what? You're right.
But it's those are different shirts.
Well, yeah, different. Well, that's where I was thinking the other star came from. Maybe they were thinking about that star on that shirt.
Yeah, he actually made Finland explode.
Yes. He shot like 180 or something in the championship.
He averaged about that for the bracket.
Yeah, that's right. I remember. I was watching that day. That's right. I remember that. Matt Kruger versus Mark Klingelhofer for the total. Going for the star. Matt Kruger versus Klingelhofer. We will see what happens here, folks.
Yes, the camera is walking, Rick. This is a wireless camera setup now, so we can walk it wherever the heck we want.
We're professional.
We'll call it that, yeah. Professional-esque.
Professional broadcast or professional playing.
Who is the higher seed here?
I think it's a Kruger.
So I imagine Matt will be on the left.
Yes.
Well, it's all his choice, but when he turns the telescore on, we're going to find out. Otherwise, I can leave Matt's name where it is right now. Delete that name. Let's find out. Mark will be on the left.
Oh, what days are you at Mount Airy this week?
Me, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday.
Okay, you'll be there Thursday. I'll pick up the camera after that. Don't need it for.
Oh, for the once a month, the tournament. Yeah, that's fine.
That's right.
So you need me to drop it off on Thursday, right?
Yeah, pretty much Thursday.
was that tournament anyway?
Scott Phillips? Yeah, Scott Phillips. Scott Phillips and...
I was thinking about bowling, but the only average that I have to use is this average. I'm not sure if that would even qualify.
Yeah, and that's a handicap tournament.
Yeah, it's also unsanctioned, so I'm sure they would find something.
See, I didn't know it was unsanctioned, so...
Oh, it decided to move on its own. Yeah. You all moved around that time, though. It seemed like it decided. Yeah, Rick, I kind of didn't announce. I kind of just picked it up and walked with it because I wanted to see what Colby was going to do. But nonetheless, we are getting set here for the final. Two familiar faces. Let's fix this to finals.
Well, neither one of these guys are strangers to a championship match.
It is Mark Klingelhofer going for star number 6, and Matt Kruger going for star number 6.
Technically, that 1 star was
I
for
thought
the DPDA.
John's saying 1 star was not on his shirt.
I think he was
Confused.
The 1 star,
Okay.
I think, was from the...
Mark's going to get started right
Pro
away.
Association. Pro Tour. Yeah.
Striking the first for Klingel.
Pretty sure he only has 4.
Should be another high-scoring affair.
Yeah, I thought that other star was from the other Pro Tour
I
also.
think he got. I think he was confused with Finland's.
Either way, there are many stars, much
probably
talent.
more to come.
Yes, this may not even be the last meeting. Of these two, it will not be their last final. It won't be their last win. Yeah, there we go. Like it never even happened. The first frame is just a strike apiece. Let's watch it again. Perfect. 1-2 pocket.
It's just typical Matt Kruger right there. First frame, you're just setting up early.
Yeah, and already we have a who will blink first. Again, those of you just joining us, this is the finals. This is for the star. I think our consensus now is that Matt is going for his 5th star. Mark is going for his 6th star. For the double. Heavy, 159 only.
He almost made this shot early. Let's see what he can do here.
Yeah, he had everything but he took out the 1-5 earlier and almost made it. I think he left the 8 pin.
Yes.
He'll be shooting the other side this time. Oh no, made a liar out of me. Went for the big side. Only a 5 count. 15 in the first. And nice 9 out for 24.
You beat the first game this morning.
Yes, it is, but he has definitely bounced back since then. I think he may have been slightly embarrassed that he lost to a commentator and decided to up his game a bit. Because not only did I win, I won by 30. So, if in fact... Oh, thank you, Candy. If in fact Matt decides to win today, I can say I beat him. I think I'm one of...
Was he
hold on.
4-1 today?
I think he was 4-1, so I'd be the only person to beat him today.
You were his only loss today.
Yeah.
If he goes through,
If he goes all the way.
He wins this match.
But he does have to get past Mark, and after that tough count, Mark is in control. And there's the double.
And in a 10-frame game, you didn't lose all day.
No, I did not.
In a 10-frame.
And I was in the lead almost the entire game. I only trailed after the first frame. Beautiful ball there from Klingel. Opening double. Should be plenty more of those the rest of this game. So 30 plus to 24. The other score worth mentioning is that the Ravens are beating the Giants 13-10 with 2 minutes to go in the third. You call that too? Why not? Multitask. Mark for the triple. Flat finish, 8 count. 28 after 1 leaves the 5-8. A single, Andy.
Definitely not for despair.
Looks good. Got them both.
There it is. Right on both of them.
Dream start for Klingel. 58 plus through 3. Rich Hipkins with the great comment there. It is MK against MK. He said, I'm rooting for MK. Yes, MK will win this match. It's just which MK. Kruger on 22. You betcha. 7-9 converted together. Let's take a look at that one.
That one almost pretty ugly.
That's a working ball.
Archer first.
Back off here. .34 plus through 3 for Kruger. 2 strikes. A middle rip in between them. Mark Klingelhofer started out 2 strikes in a row, then came back with a 5-8 in the 3rd frame, made it for a spare. Early 24-pin lead for Mark, but Matt's going to cut into it with this. No double and a split. The 5-7. They'll want to throw a similar ball here to slide this over. Up to 109 now in the live stream. That is fantastic. For the spare. No, 2 full. 9 count. 43 through 3.
Well, if he could stay in lane 22, not perfect on that one.
Drops a stick in wood. 9 out. 52 in the 4th. Early chance for Mark to re-extend his lead. Was up 24 after 2 frames.
25 plus his count right now. Or 15, I'm sorry.
On 22. Solid 5. Great 9 count. 67 to 43 after 3. And opposite a 9 box from Matt is his ideal spot for Mark to be in.
Yes.
Especially if he converts to a single.
The bigger the lead in the first half of the game against Matt, the better he will be.
For sure. I have a feeling he's going to respond, though. Mark dead solid in the meantime.
Oh, yeah.
A double out the gate, 2 beautiful balls, an 8 spare, a 9 spare, all 4 first balls on the pocket, 77 plus to 52. 25 and a hit for Mark.
Yeah, don't let this score for you, because Matt Kruger definitely will make a comeback. 25 pins is nothing when you're Matt Kruger.
5th frame for Mark on lane 21 on a spare. In the pocket again, another 5 pin, but another big 9 drop, 86 in the 4th. It's going to be pretty hard for Mark to miss. He is locked in at the moment, and he gets into these spells where he just doesn't miss. But there is a announcer's jinx. I should probably shut my mouth.
Yeah, very rare miss by Mark.
Open frame, yeah, you don't see that very often.
But a 34-pin lead nonetheless.
And we talk about limiting the mistakes. That is the one and only mistake Mark has made this game. 96 half. Still in a great spot. He'll be, even with a mark from Kruger, he'll be up around 30 pins. But now we'll be looking to bounce back here. He has struck twice on this lane so far.
Goes for the approach.
Beautiful ball. Doesn't carry the 5. Pass interference behind it. Important to come back, put another good shot down there and cover this spare and start chipping away. Looks good. Dead in the face.
There he is, right on it.
Covers the spare for 62 plus. Halfway through, down 34, but is going to be able to chip into that with this next ball.
Yeah, Matt figures out lane 21. It's gonna be a lot closer match than it is right now.
Mark is dialed on both lanes so far. Matt yet to have a decent ball on 21. He had the
ripped.
Was it the 5 set ripped,
Yep.
which wasn't bad, but it was a bad count, and then 5-7 split. So we'll be looking for a better result this time around. This is the 6th frame. Heavy, but he catches a break this time. 7 count isn't too bad. 96-69 after 5.
Chips away a little bit.
Yep. Cuts the lead down to 27. One to keep his rhythm. Find his first mark on lane 21. You bet.
There he is.
Nice shot there. 2 spares in a row. That's what he needed. 79 plus through 6.
That was definitely not out of it yet. He's got 2 opens. Mark has 1.
Mark's
Anybody's
got to keep the cruise control on. Oh, and catches that break on a heavy hit. Let's watch that one again. The end over end roll. 2 different ways of getting it done. That's on the side of the ball. Mark is end over end. Both styles getting great results. It's finding what works best for you and doing it over and over and over and over. These tournaments are long, and it's important that, especially when it matters the most, that you maintain your consistency.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing is your consistency.
Yep.
You can't be consistent, and you're not going to make it anywhere in these tournaments.
Mark up 27 for the double, and that could be trouble. 1-5 only.
But the great thing about this tournament is for lower average bowlers, they have a chance to where they can actually do something too.
Sure. And you do see sometimes that the POA bowlers will get quite far into the bracket, and I'm sure there's a few times that a POA bowler has won a tournament. And this is an interesting change. Only a 3 count.
Me and Chuck were talking about that earlier, and he named somebody. I can't remember who he said. Somebody had went and they won 2.
Sure. I know it's been done.
And they went all the way from a POA division.
This has the potential to be a tipping point. Wood ball for Mark. A fantastic cleanup. 9 out. But only 3 on the strike. 118 through 7. The chance for a comeback is still there. Matt, 79 through 6 is down 40 up a hit. Sorry, 30, excuse me. Down 30 up a hit. And is opposite an open frame.
Right here, put it just about even in.
It'll close it down to around 10. 10 to 15. Let's see. Leaks it wide. First off the head pin ball from Matt this game. Actually, first off the head pin ball by either bowler.
Okay.
Off the side, 1-2-4. Makes it 86 in the 6th. Mike Francis was the bowler.
Okay. I knew it was someone. I couldn't remember who.
1-2-4 for Kruger. Has it clean. Here we go. We're getting a little interesting now. The lead is down to 18. Matt has a hit with a good count here. We are down to single digits. I told you that's 3 count on a strike has a chance to be a very pivotal frame in this match.
Yeah, that could have been a changing point right here.
If this match stays close coming down to the 10th, remember that frame.
Both of these are great head-to-head bowlers, though.
Absolutely. 8th frame for Kruger. 96 plus, riding a spare. Beautiful ball, 5-8 together. Double messenger at the 5-8. Watch this one on replay. Gonna have 1 pin coming from the left, 1 coming from the right, and the 5 and 8 almost fall in unison. Strike on the board in a crucial spot. $116 plus in the 8th. Mark has to answer.
Yeah, this game's become very interesting the last 4 frames.
Absolutely. And a tough break for Klingelhall for a light hit for the 5-7. This game is alive. $5-7 for Mark. 2 full, open frame. This game will be down to single digits after 8. 10 out for 128. The lead for Mark at its largest point was, I believe, 34. So I'm seeing 34 pins. 34 pins in the fourth frame was his largest lead of the match. It's looking like it will now be down to single digits. It's been an incredible run for Matt the last 4 frames. He's riding 4 marks in a row. He's on a strike. Mark riding 2 opens up in the foundation 9th frame. Off the side, how many? Takes the 8 pin out, breaks the split up, just the 7 pin. That's a huge break.
Yeah, that's a big break right there. That was almost a 7-8. It could have went for a strike. The pin wiggled a little bit.
Yeah.
It's not enough.
I think he's okay with 9 right now.
I would definitely be okay with that.
Big shot for Mark. Has it. Fist pumps. He knows that was important. So Kruger is going to come up now and finish the match and determine what number Mark has to get to. There is a small chance, but a chance, that Matt Kruger could actually shut Mark out. The number Mark can max out at is 178. Matt can max out, at 196. Matt would need 2 more strikes in a row and good count. But he could actually shut Mark out. Nonetheless, looking to make a comeback here. This is a big shot on 22.
I'm willing to guess he's already done that math. He probably already knows that also.
For the double. Light steals 9, leaves the 2 pin. If he covers this spare, we have a 2-pin match headed to the 10th frame. It is
about as good of a match as you would
razor
want
thin.
also.
At the 2, to be down 2, he's got it. 138 plus to 136 plus what was once a 34-pin lead for Mark Klingelhofer is down to 2. Matt is going to finish first and tell Mark what he needs.
This is a huge ball right here for Matt.
Yes, this ball has to have high count. You can't help but think a mark is going to be required here.
Definitely.
You want to be in a situation where Mark needs a mark. Matt now on lane 21, 10th frame. Through the middle for 6. 142 through 9.
Well, you kind of have to hit the mark and jump on the 10th frame, but
I also think
you still got to take the shot, in my eyes.
I think Matt has to go for the conversion here. I don't think wood is going to be enough. Has to go for the conversion. It's the 3, 6, 10 on the right plus the 2 pin.
Yeah, I kind of feel like he's got to shoot it.
Great attempt at it. 2 full. Open frame. He can finish for 152. That puts Mark on a count. 10 out.
That just shows how huge
A fantastic
that
finish, though, from Matt. 152. We'll see if it's enough. Mark at 138 plus needs to fill 15. 8 on the first ball will do it. Anything less than 8, he's going to need to clean up a little more. Anything less than 4 on the first ball, Mark will need to convert for a spare. 10th frame. That'll do it. Watch it again. Championship shot here for Mark Klingelhofer. Absolutely Hall of Fame perfect when he needed to be. 1-3 pocket, title wave on the 4-7.
I remember, Bill, but that was a hell of a match.
That was a phenomenal comeback by Matt, but that opening start of Mark was just too much to overcome. The rock solid double out the gate, 2 pocket spares after that, and an absolutely perfect ball when he needed it. In the 10th, off the side, right time for that. That shot 1 ball earlier would have made things very interesting.
Yeah, that's definitely a perfect time for that one.
And 6 out, timed perfectly. Your final score, Mark Klingelhofer 164, Matt Kruger 152. About as high scoring and close as you'd expect from those 2.
Yeah, and I'm kind of wondering, I've seen a lot of championship matches, but are they that high of score and that close?
There have been a few that are close to that.
Yeah,
probably
thank you guys again for doing this for the event.
Sure.
Glad both you guys made the cut too.
Yeah, we got to bowl a little bit. That was fun.
I know, right?
Got our exercise.
Pleasure being here, man. Thanks for hosting the tournament.
Yeah.
We'll see you guys.
Love to steal your router.
Yeah, and coming up here in a second, if I can squeeze out of the way here, we can do a quick little interview with our winner. And it's cool. It's the second time in 3 months that we're going to get to interview a Whitten tournament director.
Switch it just click.
Secondary cam. There we are.
Hey,
ooh boy. All neck. There we go. And I think I'm going to move over. I'm going to get your spot. We'll let him sit there. That way he has an easier exit whenever he decides to end his interview.
Hey, I was
There we go. While we're waiting here for Mark to get all wrapped up, which is a flip back here to the final score. An interesting back and forth here. Mark starting out on fire, 86 through the first 4 frames. You can see the progressive comeback that Matt made. The lead was down to 27, then to 17, or 20. Sorry, then down to 23. Okay. Then it was down to 23, then down to 12, then down to 2, back up to 6, because Mark threw that strike when he needed it in the 10th, but absolutely perfect ball when Mark needed it to be perfect. Alright, Mark's going to pack his stuff up in 1 second here. We'll have an interview with our champion.
Hey, find somewhere else tomorrow. No, I'm in Southwest tomorrow. Oh, but anyway, I want to get the
Be right back, folks. Say that again.
Did you have fun this weekend?
I did.
See ya.
Yeah. Got to bowl. Had a really good chance of making the bracket. Probably blew it, but you know what? It's all gravy. Got some money in my pocket. And here comes the man of the hour.
Woohoo! What's happening?
What up?
Oh my God!
It's just all face shots here.
It's probably been 6 years since I won.
It's been that long.
I needed to even out my shirt. My shirt looks awkward. Everybody's been asking for me why there's 1 star.
Yeah, the OCD. You don't want that kicking in.
No.
So, saying about 6 years. It's the second time in 3 months that a person on the Whitten directors board has won a star. I guess the first question is, when can we expect Gary to win?
I don't know. Hopefully soon. Because he keeps wearing his old Virginia Tour start. And he's got 2 stars on that one. So
yeah, we'll have to get a Gary star pretty soon.
Yeah.
Maybe before the end of the decade. That'd be nice. So in regards to that final match, you started out on fire. 2 perfect strikes, 2 perfect pocket hits for spares. Got a little dicey there in the middle and towards the end. Were you worried that he was going to pull that comeback off?
You can't miss against him. You can't miss against anybody when you get to this point. I was throwing a really good ball. Missing that 5 in the 5th frame was tough. Throwing the strike, come back, but then the 1-5 rip. And once that 1-5 happens, it gets in my head about ripping.
And that 3 count, I said, had he pulled off that comeback, that 3 count was going to be the pivotal frame.
Yes. I was just hoping Matt didn't throw a double. Just as long as I broke another spare shot or something, if he threw a double, then I was a little concerned.
Right. And we talked earlier while the matches were going on about that in these head-to-head matches that are like a 10-frame sprint, you have to limit your mistakes. So there were a few mistakes that were made there in the middle of the game. How do you bounce back and make the perfect shot when you need it in the 10th?
I really don't even think about up there. I don't think about anything up there.
Right.
I just, like I said, I had a lot of confidence in the ball I was throwing. Spare shots was a little shoddy against Colby, and just felt really good up there.
Yeah, felt good to finally see the pins fall in your favor on the final shot.
I was just, don't go 1-5. That's all I was saying.
Sure.
Hit off the side, break 7, I don't care.
Yeah, the safety pitch. But
yeah, no, it feels so good.
Awesome. Well, for the first time in the 2020s at least, congratulations and go celebrate.
All right, thanks, buddy.
David. Get in here, David.
I'm coming.
We got to have our guy.
All right, everyone. We can close out today's special thanks because me and Nick were both bowling today. We had to get some help on the commentary desk. Jay Davis over here, he helped out. John Davis, we go by Jay Davis because we have too many John Davises around here.
We know who he is.
Helping out commentary along with Chuck Cook.
Yes.
Holding down the fort today.
And the one game that he covered, Billy Thomas.
Yes.
Did a fantastic job. But I think that was a finish that we expected when you look at the two names that were on the score sheet.
Yeah, the people who made it deep into the brackets were people who bowled all really well today.
Yeah. It's no accident that they were there.
Yes. Anyway, we'll close it up for today. We'll be back next week at Greenmount. I'll do their monthly tournament. Probably won't have any commentary during the qualifying games, but if I'm not in there, hopefully somebody will be there to do commentary when we get to the brackets.
But hey, you can watch.
Yes,
you can be there and watch us live.
Yep.
Also, hope you guys like the camera moving around today. That's my first time doing one of these coverages with the camera that can move around. I think it's fantastic.
You enjoy it?
I love it. So thank you guys for donating for that. Yep. We're almost at that 4K camera goal. So
yep, still working on it. Got a little bit more to go.
Keep on clicking that coffee cup, and we'll get there. But for Chuck Cook, Jay Davis, Billy Thomas, David Hughes, I'm Nick Lloyd. Thanks for watching, and thank you for listening.